more residents than we know than 2 states. DC as a whole contributes more federal taxes than 12 states. And it pays more in federal income tax than 19 other states. More than 8,000 Washington, D.C. residents serve in our military, and we thank them for their service. But these servicemen and women also did not have full democratic representation. They deserve the right and the ability to govern themselves. Now, we also know that crime in D.C. has fallen for the last 2 years, and we all here support public safety. We all want cops to patrol our streets. We all want communities to feel safe. And we also know that flooding the city with troops is not sustainable. So look, and I've said this many times, President Trump is obsessed with trying to run Washington, D.C. And if President Trump wants to run Washington, D.C., he should resign as president and run for mayor. Now, I was the mayor of Long Beach, my hometown, before I came to Congress for 8 years. I love local government. We should, of course, all of us spend our time working with local elected officials. And Congress should not be undermining the elected representatives and the people of Washington, D.C. And if the majority today wants to talk about crime in D.C., in the district, we're happy to talk about crime in D.C. We know that some of the worst crime and corruption in D.C. is actually found at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. President Trump is profiting from his office more than anyone in history. Through his crypto grifts, he has profited $1.2 billion. He's denied the rights of American citizens and deported people illegally without due process. He has broken the law to deploy soldiers on the streets of Los Angeles. He's abused his power and canceled federal spending and intimidated Americans who disagree with him, whether you're a scientist, an elected official, or a late-night talk show host. And he's trying to illegally grab control of the Federal Reserve. He's illegally imposed tariffs. He's ripping away health care from 17 million Americans. All the while, he pretends to be tough on crime. And we know that in his first days in office, Donald Trump pardoned hundreds of his followers who beat, tased, and attacked brave D.C. and U.S. Capitol Police. And right now, since we're talking about crime and corruption in D.C., as we speak, Trump is leading a White House cover-up of the Epstein files. Now, just yesterday, Trump's FBI director falsely claimed that he could not release the files, which we know is false. And let's review the facts. Epstein told the reporter that Trump was his closest friend for 10 years. One survivor also said that Epstein's biggest brag was he was very good friends with Donald Trump. In fact, there was an 8x10 picture framed of Trump on his desk. We know the two are very close. Just last week, our committee released the birthday note that Trump personally wrote to Epstein. It's right here. The note said, by the way, and I'll read it, "May every day be another wonderful secret." That's a disgusting message to send to a sex trafficker. Now, the cover-up of this note might be just as bad as the crime, since we're talking about crime in Washington, D.C. today. Trump filed a $10 billion lawsuit to punish the Wall Street Journal for reporting on the birthday book, which he claimed didn't exist. Now, of course, we verified that to the world. Now, experts have looked at this. Of course, this is Donald Trump's signature. It certainly looks like the signature to me. At the same time, his administration is cutting deals with a criminal, Ghislaine Maxwell. We know who she is, exactly. She's a monster who participated in crimes against up to over possibly 1,000 women. Now, Trump and our Attorney General have not turned over the full Epstein files to our committee, despite a bipartisan subpoena signed by our chairman and this committee. If we want to get tough on crime, if we want to talk about crime in D.C., we need to stand up to where the crime and corruption is happening, and that is at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and hold Donald Trump accountable for his record and his actions. It's time for the House majority and Republicans to stand up for the Constitution and take on the biggest crime happening in this country. It's time to release the Epstein files. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Our witnesses today include 3 current District of Columbia government officials and 1 former official from the Biden administration. First of all, we're very honored to have Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser here. Mayor Bowser was sworn into office on January 2nd, 2015, and began her 3rd term on January 2nd, 2023. Welcome, Mayor Bowser. Next, we have Phil Mendelson, Chairman, Council of the District of Columbia. He was sworn into office as chair on June 13th, 2012. His fifth term as chair began on January 2nd, 2023. Mr. Mendelson has been a member of the DC Council since 1999. Welcome. Next, we have Brian Schwab, Attorney General of the District of Columbia. He was sworn into office on January 2nd, 2023. Welcome, sir. And finally, we have Gregory Jackson. Mr. Jackson served as the Deputy Director of the White House of Gun Violence Prevention and Special Assistant to the President during the Biden administration. Again, thank you all for joining us. I look forward to this discussion today. I'll say again, the purpose of this hearing is to try to determine solutions to the crime crisis in Washington, D.C., and how we can work together to make sure that the district is safe for all the residents and all the visitors who come here on a daily basis from all over the world. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise the right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witness has answered in the affirmative, and thank you all. May take a seat. We appreciate you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statement and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statement to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired. We would ask that you please wrap up. I now ask Mayor Bowser to begin the opening statement segment of this hearing, and Mayor Bowser, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Garcia, and members of the committee. I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm Mayor of Washington, D.C., and I'm joined by the Chairman of the D.C. Council, Phil Mendelson, and the Attorney General for the district, Brian Schwab. I'm pleased to be here today to report on the state of the district. First, a bit of a primer about my hometown. As you know, in 1973, Congress passed the District of Columbia Home Rule Act, creating a local government with an elected mayor and elected city council. We are represented in this body by a mighty warrior, Eleanor Holmes Norton, but she does not have a vote, and we have no representation in the Senate. DC residents are full-blooded, tax-paying Americans. We are a donor state. We give more to the federal government than we get back. We have all the responsibilities of citizenship, but not the most important benefits: representation and full autonomy. I'm proud to report that the state of the district is strong, and while we face macroeconomic headwinds, with our continued sound financial management and your help, our economic growth outlook can improve. I recently sent to the council our 30th consecutive balanced budget with no new taxes or fees, a budget that reflects the sober reality of our time: declining revenues due to the unfortunate continuation of remote work, the reduction and relocation of DC-based federal workers, and other macroeconomic shifts. In 2024, we had the fastest growing population in the nations. Our schools grew in enrollment and achievement. Our parks system was rated #1. Over 27 million people visited our city, besting our previous record. Our metro system rebounded faster than other transit systems in the nation, and we drove down violent crime by 35%. Let me say something about our public safety ecosystem. It is unique. Like what happened in most jurisdictions across the country post-COVID, we experienced a violent crime spike in 2023. When I was last here, I explained how we would drive down those trends, and it is working. Today, compared to 2023, burglaries are down 34%, theft, motor vehicle theft, 37%, homicide down 44%, robberies down 60%, and carjackings are down 71%. Overall, violent crime is down 53% compared to 2023. And in the recent federal surge, we accelerated those gains, including a 1-month reduction in carjackings of 75%. In my last visit, I also explained the peculiarities of our system. We are very proud of the men and women of MPD who commit their lives to protecting the nation's capital, and they have my commitment to get back up to 4,000 officers with critical changes to our policy environment, a 13% raise, and enhanced recruitment efforts. MPD makes arrest. Most adult cases, however, are prosecuted by the U.S. Attorney for D.C., who is part of the United States Department of Justice. Our youth offenders are prosecuted locally by our Attorney General, and our Department of Youth and Rehabilitation Services, a local agency, is responsible for their commitment. But our youth and adult offenders are supervised by federal agencies. DC Jail is local, but most of our residents who are committed to detention are in federal facilities across the nation. Our judges are appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate. We currently have 13 vacancies. As I've told you, we are putting every resource necessary towards public safety. I've authorized the chief to use the overtime necessary to make sure we have adequate police on the streets. We spent 1.8 million hours of overtime last year at a cost to us of $75 million. I've also reported to you previously that we engage regularly with regional and federal partnerships, including the United States Attorney, the FBI, and the ATF. And that's why we will continue to use enhanced federal resources as outlined in my mayor's order, creating the DC Safe and Beautiful Emergency Task Force. In 2023 and in the years since, we pushed for legislation to rebalance our public safety ecosystem, including the Secure DC Omnibus. I'm out of time now, Mr. Chairman, but throughout the questions, I hope to to also explain to you other ways that the Congress can be helpful, including helping us get back to 4,000 officers, fully funding the president's, when it comes, requests for beautification and safety efforts in DC to support America 250, helping with our homeless services, especially bridge housing that is working to get people off the streets. And finally, as we were able to do, Mr. Chairman, with the RFK legislation, their finance and economic resilience opportunities, like creating an opportunity zone, or DC's Act 60, like Puerto Rico's, to ensure the economic resilience of the nation's capital.
Thank you. Very good. I now recognize Chairman Middleton for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Garcia, Congresswoman Norton, members of the committee. I'm Chairman of the Council of the District of Columbia. Our form of government is nearly identical to yours. The Council's relationship to the mayor is the same as yours to the president. I'm pleased to testify and to finally present our views on matters that are clearly of concern to the committee. We are a beautiful city. Our public parks are well maintained. Our roads are in good condition. We have a world-class public transit system. Our public education system is a leader in the country in terms of choice and a leader among large city systems in terms of growth and academic achievement. Political rhetoric notwithstanding, criminal activity has been on the decline, with violent crime dipping to a 30-year low last year and even lower this year. The percentage of our citizens with health insurance is one of the highest in the country. Public lands, public transit, public education, public safety, public health, core functions of government, and we are doing well. And we are well managed. We adopt a balanced budget on time every year. We spend within our budget every year. We've had clean audits every year. We continue to maintain strong cash reserves. All of our pension programs are fully funded, and we continue to maintain AAA and AA plus financial ratings, despite Wall Street's expressed concern over the negative economic impact of federal actions. Despite these pluses, we are a city under siege. It is frustrating to watch this committee debate and vote on 14 bills regarding the district without a single public hearing, with no input from district officials or the public, without regard for community impact, nor a shred of analysis including legal sufficiency or fiscal impact. Bills like H.R. 5183, the District of Columbia Home Rule Improvement Act, make the district less efficient, less competitive, and less responsive to the needs of a highly complex, unique local government that serves local, county, and state functions. The SOAR Improvements Act would actually hurt 50,000 school kids in the district by defunding the DC public school system by approximately $17.5 million. It also would void a long-standing compromise agreed to by Congress with district officials. H.R. 5140, the Juvenile Sentencing Reform Act, is actually criminogenic. Data suggests that juveniles tried as adults are not scared straight, but rather are more likely to reoffend sooner and more often than those treated in the juvenile system. Moreover, you criticize the council for being soft on crime, but the current age thresholds this bill repudiates were enacted by Congress. Over the last several years, the council has taken steps to strengthen our criminal laws, and I will note that we have been able to pass these bills while Congress has not. For instance, we have strengthened the probability of pretrial detention. Even before we did that, the rearrest rate for individuals released pretrial was among the lowest in the country. We have strengthened, by clarifying and imposing new penalties, the criminal laws including shoplifting, carjacking, strangulation, and felony endangerment with a firearm. We have reinstated police resource officers in our schools, and we have taken a number of steps to support our police, including approving just yesterday a 13% pay raise for police officers and approving hiring incentives to increase the ranks of our police force. And we're about to adopt a deferred retirement option program to make service more attractive and to incentivize officers to stay longer. Instead of blaming the council, there are tangible actions we need from you because our public safety system is part federal. For instance, the greatest deterrents to crime are arrest and prosecute, but the U.S. Attorney prosecutes our criminals. And the best way to reduce recidivism is prison programming, but the U.S. Bureau of Prisons is responsible for this. And to further reduce rearrests for ex-offenders and pretrial suspects, we need two federal agencies, CSOSA and Pretrial Services, better resourced. If Congress really wants to further reduce crime in the District of Columbia, here's what you can do. Fill USAO vacancies. Double the funding we already provide for MPD hiring bonuses. Adequately fund CSOSA and the Pretrial Services Agency. Fully reimburse MPD for protecting the federal presence. The underfunding by Congress over the last 4 fiscal years totals $83 million. Submit and confirm our judicial nominees. Our courts have a 20% vacancy rate in judges, backlogging the criminal docket. Amend the Federal Privacy Act so that more data can be shared between federal and local law enforcement agencies. Allow our local attorney general to prosecute all misdemeanors because the United States attorney usually does not. And help us pay for a new jail, which houses federal prisoners, just as Congress helped pay for a new forensic lab 15 years ago. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I appreciate the committee's attention, and I also want to welcome Congressman Garcia as the new ranking member.
Thank you. Now recognize General Schwab for his opening statement.
Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Garcia, Congresswoman Norton, members of the committee. I'm Brian Schwab, DC Attorney General, and I'm pleased to testify about the work my office is doing to advance the district's interests and to make Washington, D.C. safer and more affordable for everyone. I'm a third-generation Washingtonian. My wife and I raised our 3 daughters here. I love this city. Just like your home districts, D.C. is made up of vibrant neighborhoods, hardworking, talented people who are the backbone of our culture and our economy. We are small business owners, veterans, teachers, nurses, and police officers, committed civil servants. We are Americans who deserve the same freedom to govern ourselves as your constituents enjoy. But unlike your constituents who benefit from having you here, to advance their interests, the more than 700,000 residents who call DC home have no vote in Congress. We do, however, have elected local leaders, including an elected Attorney General. As Attorney General, I am committed to ensuring Washingtonians have a first-rate public law office, enforcing their laws, protecting their taxpayer dollars, and advancing the public interest. My office handles thousands of matters across an array of issues, from enforcing child support orders and protecting domestic violence victims to holding companies accountable for fueling the opioid crisis. We protect seniors and consumers from scams. We go after slumlords. We defend district agencies, including our police department, securing and saving hundreds of millions of dollars every year. Nothing is more important to the work we do than making the district safer for everyone who lives here, works here, and visits here. As you've heard, DC's criminal justice system is unique, and its structure is often a source of confusion. Unlike anywhere else in the country, the responsibility for prosecuting local crime in the district is divided between the federal government, the United States Attorney's Office, which handles all adult felonies and most adult misdemeanors, and my office, which prosecutes juvenile delinquency cases and certain adult misdemeanors. Because the vast majority of crime in the District of Columbia is committed by adults, not juveniles, it is the U.S. Attorney's Office that handles the vast majority of prosecution. Despite our limited jurisdiction, we take our responsibility over juvenile prosecution seriously. Our attorneys aggressively prosecute violent juvenile offenses whenever there is sufficient evidence to meet the burden of proof. Kids must face consequences, swift and certain consequences when they break the law. And our prosecutors work every day to hold them accountable and ensure victims receive justice. Last year, we prosecuted 84% of all violent juvenile cases, including over 90% of homicides and attempted homicides, 87% of carjackings, and 86% of gun cases. Crime rates last year reached 30-year lows and have continued to decline this year, but there is more work to be done. We must continue to pursue a comprehensive public safety strategy. Effective policing and prosecution are critical, so too are preventive efforts designed to stop crime before it happens. Keeping people safe is not a choice between law enforcement or prevention. We must do both. As the nation's capital, public safety in the district has always required a strong working partnership with federal law enforcement, regardless of who is in the White House. We have worked and will continue to work closely with our federal law enforcement partners every day. But declarations of emergency and unilateral federal actions taken without coordination or advance warning do not promote long-term public safety. Sending masked agents in unmarked cars to pick people off the streets, flooding our neighborhoods with National Guardsmen who are untrained in local policing, attempting a federal takeover of our police force, none of these are durable, long-lasting solutions for driving crime down. In fact, they threaten to destroy critical trust between local communities and the police, trust which is essential to effective, efficient policing and prosecution. There are constructive ways the federal government can work with us to continue driving crime down. For example, Congress can help combat the flood of illegal guns pouring into our city. 95% of illegal guns that end up on our streets come from outside the district. We also need help filling longstanding judicial vacancies, confirming our highly qualified nominees. The vacancy crisis has led to severe case backlogs, with felony cases being scheduled into 2027, resulting in delayed justice for crime victims and the community. Finally, Congress could help by investing desperately needed services in facilities like a psychiatric residential treatment facility for youth with serious mental and behavioral health issues that often contribute to crime. All of us, DC's elected officials, members of Congress, we have a shared goal of continuing to make durable improvements to public safety in the District of Columbia. I and my office are ready to have serious discussions on how best to do that with anybody who is willing, in good faith and in a spirit of partnership, to have them with us. Thank you for having me here today.
Thank you, General. Now recognize Mr. Jackson for his opening statement.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Garcia, Congresswoman Norton, and the committee for having me. I'm Greg Jackson, a D.C. resident, a survivor of gun violence, and the former deputy director for the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. This was an office that coordinated federal resources, implemented life-saving policies, and coordinated with local leaders to achieve a 13.2% reduction in violent crime and a 31% reduction in homicides nationwide in just 2 years. I spent the last decade of my life working to address this crisis, from consoling a mother who lost her 10-year-old who was buying ice cream in D.C. to walking the hallways in Parkland with families that have lost their loved ones to school shootings. And we've seen firsthand how this is destroying too many families in our country. This is now the leading cause of death for youth in America, the leading cause of death for pregnant women in America, and now the leading cause of newly disabled Americans. With 1 in 5 Americans being impacted by this violence, this is also personal for me. I'm a survivor of gun violence. I was shot, the bullet hit 2 arteries. I've also lost my teenage mentee, DeMarcos, from a shooting. And I've also sat with families throughout this district. Despite this crisis we face, the last few years have shown us that we do have solutions that work. In the previous 2 years, DC and cities across the country have seen historic reductions in gun violence without the deployment of masked agents or the military. We did this by investing in prevention and intervention efforts to communities at risk and strategically investing in law enforcement to keep illegal guns off of our streets and to close homicides. Recently, even the current FBI director, Kash Patel, celebrated historic levels or historic reductions in violent crime. But we know that's not the product of a few months of troops or FBI actions. They are the result of billions in prevention resources, law enforcement, and community leaders risking their lives every day, as well as the transformative policies implemented over the last few years. Without masked agents and troop deployments, we've seen homicides drop 54% in Baltimore, 20% in Atlanta, 41% in Phoenix, 27% in Los Angeles, and as shared by district leadership, violent crime in DC is down by 53%. We got here in major part because Republicans and Democrats came together to enact a bipartisan law that provided historic resources for violence prevention, law enforcement strategies, as well as enhanced our background check system for those under 21, preventing domestic abusers from accessing guns, making the largest investment in youth mental health in history, as well as community violence intervention, and making gun trafficking a federal crime, prosecuting those who are flooding guns into our communities. These strategies, in partnership with local leaders, reduced homicides again by 31% and mass shootings by 20% in our country. As our communities have been fighting our way out of this crisis, we find ourselves at a dangerous crossroad. Instead of adding more federal resources to solutions that work, the Trump administration has dismantled and defunded bipartisan strategies passed into law to reduce violence. They shut down the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. They defunded law enforcement, including the ATF. They cut over $1 billion in mental health resources for our schools, terminated $812 million in funding for community violence intervention programs, defunded gun violence research, shut down the CDC Firearm Injury Center, dismantled important regulations like the zero tolerance policy for gun dealers, and now plans to further defund critical resources to address the root causes of violence like housing, employment, and healthcare. And here in D.C., the administration and Congress's actions have been extremely harmful, withholding over $1 billion of D.C. local tax dollars, undermining our leadership, and flooding our neighborhoods with military to instill fear in everyday Americans. Look, I live in Ward 8, a community that the White House has called a slum. But for us, this is a neighborhood where we walk our dogs, we listen to jazz on Sundays, we grill out during the summers, and most importantly, like any neighborhood, we support each other. But since this DC Trump takeover, we hear sirens nightly. We've seen buildings raided daily, like the building of young Mackay, who's sitting behind me. We've seen elderly harassed on their porch, and now even traffic jams from the flood of police and military on our streets. This deployment of federal troops that's essentially making us feel hostage in our own homes is not the federal support we need. And most importantly, it's costly, costing our country an estimated $200 million for one city alone. To be tough on crime, we need a different approach. We need a federal law enforcement that focuses on keeping guns out of our communities in the first place. We need to be tough on crime by fully funding the ATF to catch gun traffickers, to shut down rogue gun dealers, to disrupt dangerous black markets of firearms. To be tough on crime, we need to protect and fund the bipartisan Safer Communities Act that was passed and is working. To be tough on crime, we must hold the billionaires accountable that have put weapons from the battlefield into our backyards. And to be tough on crime, we must fund resources for communities that are most at risk to prevent violence before it happens. We have real solutions to save lives from gun violence and reduce violent crime. And now is the time to protect that progress and continue to build on that momentum. Thank you. And Chairman, if you will, I do want to request, we had a really terrible tragedy last night where 5 officers were shot and 3 were lost. And I would kindly like to request we honor them with a moment of silence, if you will.
Absolutely. Join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your statement, Mr. Jackson. That concludes our opening statements. We're now going to proceed with questions. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Dr. Gosar, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mayor Bowser. I often say that trust is a series of promises kept, and it's been made clear that Congress can't trust the swamp to enforce the rule of law. Last week, this committee passed my bill, the District of Columbia's Home Rule Improvement Act, to ensure our nation's capital is safe, stable, and governed responsibly. Congressional oversight is vital to rehabilitate the District of Columbia from its chronic crime epidemic and restore law and order. Failed leadership, soft on crime policies, rampant corruption has left D.C. more dangerous than war-torn Baghdad. This committee's investigation reveals Metro PD falsified crime statistics, while the Attorney General's office seals the juvenile criminals records to protect those so-called minors. But let's be honest, they aren't kids. These are 24-year-old criminals. By allowing adults to be tried as minors, Washington, D.C. is aiding and abetting criminal activity that threatens the lives of residents, visitors, and everyone who works in our nation's capital. Washington, D.C. must earn back the trust of President Trump and Congress, but it does not happen just by blatantly manipulating crime statistics, seeking politically motivated litigation, and spending irresponsibly. Mayor Bowser, I must tell you, I've never felt safer in D.C. There's a record low crime rate, an increase in gang-related arrests, and friendly National Guardsmen patrolling the streets. Why is D.C. safer now than it was 38 days ago?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. And as I explained when we were here 2 years ago, it is true that we experienced, like many places, a spike in 2023. I can say unequivocally, this is not 2023. In each of the past 2 years, we have driven down crime. In 2023, we finished the year 35% down. Last year, we finished the year, I believe, 24% down. And all throughout this year, we were driving down to more than a 20% decrease in violent crime. I have also testified that during the surge, we experienced many hundreds of federal officers and agencies that we typically work with. And we did experience further decreases in all categories. The most substantial was in carjackings.
Gotcha. Now, Chairman Mendelson, you voted in favor of the Youth Rehabilitation Amendment Act of 2013, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if this bill allows adults under 25 years old to be prosecuted as minors. In 2023, you testified before this committee that there was no crime crisis in D.C. Now, if there's no crime crisis, then why did you establish the D.C. Violence Fatality Review Committee back in 2018, right before passing the Youth Rehabilitation Amendment Act? In fact, hold on, I'm not done yet.
Sure.
In fact, this review committee, according to the D.C. Code, Chapter 14A, is tasked with examining crimes against adults 19 years old and older. This makes no sense. So, Chairman, are 19-year-olds only considered adults when they're victims, not the criminals creating more and more violent crimes? Your juvenile curfew emergency declaration resolution of 2025 states, since 2023, the district has seen a rise in unruly behavior by juveniles. Which is it? Yes or no? Do you admit that there has been a rise in juvenile crime here in D.C. under President Trump's declared public safety emergency?
That there's been a increase in juvenile crime in the last month. I've not seen the data. I don't think so, though.
Okay.
But let me just say that the Youth Rehabilitation Act doesn't allow adults to be prosecuted as minors. They're still prosecuted as adults.
Well, I mean, it's very confusing when you have the definition of a minor is 25 and under. And then your statistics, actually, you look at victims at 19 years and younger. So it has to be statistically, you can make anything work with statistics.
Well,
So it's got to be one way or the other.
as you know, each law sometimes has its own definition. So for purposes of YRA sentencing, we define younger adults under 24, but that's not the same as they're being prosecuted as juveniles. Our criminal code is quite clear that anyone who's under 18 is prosecuted as a juvenile unless they are, for the most serious crimes, murder and sexual crimes, they are, by the U.S. Attorney, chosen to be prosecuted as adults.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Go
Chair.
back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Garcia from California.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. I want to just also say this clearly. I know that we all believe this. Violent crime, we know, has no place in our communities. People absolutely have a right to be concerned about crime. As a former mayor, and a lot of us have been in local government, we know that those concerns are real on the ground. Now, Democrats believe in investing in solutions that actually make people safer. Now, Mayor Bowser, Chairman Mendelson, Attorney General Schwab, now, can each of you just confirm with a yes or a no that you agree with me that one, we need to make sure that we have local officers on the beat, that two, that we're investing in community partnerships and organizations on the ground, and three, that we're building trust with law enforcement. Are those things important, Mayor Bowser?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
A.G. Schwab? Yes. Thank you. Now, Mr. Jackson, is it also true that President Trump has actually destroyed and eliminated many of the programs which fight gun violence and save lives?
Yes, sir.
And did President Trump also not eliminate the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, of which, of course, you were very involved in leading?
Yes.
Thank you. And also, Mr. Jackson, is it not true that the Office of Gun Violence Prevention and the other work in the administration was literally focused on making this country safer?
That's correct.
Now, Mayor Bowser, as a former mayor, I know how hard, of course, you are working to keep people safe. You have said that mass ICE agents on the streets of DC are not helping, which I appreciate and all of us appreciate. And of course, today we could be talking about more community policing. We could be talking about illegal guns. We could be talking about real partnerships and fully funding Washington, D.C. But we can't do that, of course, because the majority continues to ignore the crimes and corruption at 1600 Pennsylvania and the corruption of this administration. Now, we can't pull out a full map of Washington, D.C., but there are other corruption hotspots across the district. Now, let's look right next door to the White House. Here is the headquarters of the Office of Management and Budget. Just next door, OMB ordered the unlawful freezing of more than $425 billion in congressionally authorized funds. This obviates the law. It's corruption. It's a crime. This has hurt communities in DC and across the country. They're blocking funds for energy, education, law enforcement, and much more. Now let's go down the map a few miles south. Here is the Department of Homeland Security, where Secretary Noam has ordered unlawful deportations and unleashed masked federal agents to harm innocent people across the country. And we have no idea, by the way, of who's following that and who's not. Who's following what rule, who is not. What we do know is that the legal rights of people and due process is being ignored. If we go up the map back to the north on Maryland Avenue, we have the Department of Education, also in DC, more crimes and corruption. Here, the Trump administration illegally froze billions of dollars of K-12 and adult education funding. They even froze funding for mental health. And they're trying to illegally dissolve the agency in violation of the law. Again, more crimes and corruption in Washington, D.C. This would devastate children across the country, especially those with disabilities. Now, if we go back downtown, here's the Department of Commerce, where Trump and the Secretary are breaking the law by illegally imposing tariffs without congressional approval. And all is being done in violation of the law, according to the U.S. Court of Appeals. And finally, if we go across the river, another part of D.C., to the Pentagon, Secretary Hegseth is politicizing the military. He leaked classified information, putting Americans in uniform at risk, and he's illegally seized control of the National Guard and ordered soldiers to illegally engage in law enforcement activities. And so we can map DC, we can map where crimes is happening, we can map where corruption is happening. This, of course, is all we know, just the tip of the iceberg. Now, we could list nearly every agency across the government and every federal building on a map at where crimes and corruption are happening in the district. But we will not, in this process, be silent where this crime and corruption is happening. I want to thank, again, all of our witnesses for your work to lower crime in the district and to lower the temperature across your population. I thank you all very much. With that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Groffman from Wisconsin.
Thank you very much. I'll point out this idea of crime going up or down. Crime, it depends what year you take as your base year. I guess in Washington, D.C., the all-time high was in 1992, where we had 482 murders. That's just almost beyond belief. Last year, we had 187. If you go back 10 years to 2014, we had 105. So you could say the murder rate almost doubled, or you could look at what we were at 220 and say it fell dramatically. But in any event, I think the number of murders in Washington, D.C. is an embarrassment. The amount of crime is an embarrassment. I guess the thing is what we're doing to solve it, and we just heard 4 experts apparently on the topic give their opinion. I sometimes, when I'm back in my district, which is not Washington, D.C., do ride-alongs with local police, local sheriffs, local police, what have you. And I ask them what the causes of crime, and almost uniformly, they talk about the breakdown in the family and how families are not as strong as they once were, is how they're not fathers in the family. And I think if you look at statistics, which are hard to find on the background of people committing crimes, you frequently look at what I would describe as weak families and fatherless families. Nevertheless, 4 of you in your prepared statements and talked about what we're doing to reduce crime. Not one of you mentioned the decline of the role in the decline of the role of the father in the family over the last, it's been just getting worse over the last 60 years. I'd like to ask you, are any of you doing anything to try to keep more fathers at home and being mentors for these kids? The vast majority of murders are committed by males. Are you doing anything along the line to get the fathers back in the home?
Congressman, let me answer that by saying and I know that I focused a lot on our law enforcement efforts, but we commit to and invest in a lot of prevention efforts as well, from incredible and effective funding of our public schools to our.
Yeah, I only got 5 minutes. We got to address the topic. What are we doing to get fathers in the home?
Well, sir, we take the position that we support families in whatever form they come in, and we make investments that the government is responsible for. Great schools, great health care, safe streets.
Mr. Jackson, do you want to try to answer that question? Are you doing anything?
Yes, a major priority for funding for community violence intervention programs focus directly on mentorship with young men. In DC, we have a program called Pathways. We work directly with those who are most at risk, and it's about everything from not just preventing violence, but how to strengthen their ability to be fathers, to be leaders, to be providers and protectors in the home.
Are we doing anything to make sure that a higher percentage of children born in the district are born in families in which there's a father in the home? Are we doing something to address that problem, which to me is the big problem? And again, we have these hearings on crime, and none of the witnesses seem to be addressing the root cause of the whole problem.
If I can, that $812 million that was terminated by the Trump administration cut community violence intervention programs. Many of them do precisely that. So if that's a priority, we should be funding, doubling down, and scaling out that work.
I'm not sure that's true, but any other guys, Mr. Schwab, are you aware of anybody doing anything to talk about the importance with Washington's youth of having a dad at home when that child is born? Is anybody addressing that problem in the city?
Every day, all day, sir, people are talking about how do we strengthen the family? How do we strengthen communities for young people? How do we make sure that young people have role models, family members, and others? Let me mention one other thing that's important from the work that my office does that doesn't make a lot of press. But one of the things we have a responsibility to do is do child support enforcement. And we know
No,
that
that's not the problem. The problem
non-custodial-
is we don't need a guy paying child support or having his wages garnished. The problem is we need a guy in the home. So what are we doing about getting the guy in the home?
we're trying to make sure in the enforcement of our child support rules that we are lowering the friction between non-custodial parents and custodial parents
Okay,
so that kids raised in the home have
So we're
both
not
parents
addressing the
engaged.
problem. Okay, thank you.
Well, I don't agree that we're not addressing the problem at all. We are trying to increase family stability. We, the government, no government can force a couple to be together but we are, for instance, we have vigorous programs with regard to reducing teenage pregnancy.
Judge,
We are trying to reduce the
Gentlemen,
cycle
time's
of
expired.
poverty.
Chair recognizes Ms. Norton from Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from 60 groups led by DC Vote, a letter from 150 groups led by the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, and a letter from the National Urban League and the Greater Washington Urban League.
Without objection to order.
District of Columbia residents have all the obligations of American citizenship, including paying federal taxes, serving on juries, and registering with Selective Service. Yet Congress denies them full self-government and voting representation in Congress. The only solution to this undemocratic treatment is to grant DC statehood. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from leading constitutional scholars explaining why DC statehood bill H.R. 51 is constitutional.
Without objection to order.
The admissions clause of the Constitution gives Congress authority to admit new states. All 37 new states were admitted by Congress. The district clause of the Constitution gives Congress authority to reduce the size of the federal district, which Congress did by 30% in 1846. H.R. 51 reduces the size of the federal district from 68 square miles to 2 square miles, consisting of the White House, the Capitol, the Supreme Court, and the National Mall, and remaining under the control of Congress, under control of Congress. The new state consists of residential and commercial areas of DC. The admissions clause does not establish any prerequisites for the admission of new states, but Congress generally has considered three factors: support for statehood, commitment to democracy, and resources and population. 86% of DC residents voted for statehood in 2016. DC residents have demanded democratic rights for more than 220 years. DC has a larger gross domestic population than 16 states and a higher per capita gross domestic product than any state. DC has the higher per capita personal income than any state. DC has a larger population than 2 states. Republicans do not like that DC votes for Democrats, so they deny DC statehood. Mayor Bowser, Chairman Mendelson, and Attorney General Schwab, my question for you is, why should DC be a state?
Representative Norton, across the globe, Washington, D.C. symbolizes the power and the virtue of a representative democracy, a government that is of the people, by the people, and for the people. And yet, the 700,000 of us that live here in the District of Columbia are the only residents of the capital of a democratic country that do not have a voice in our national legislature. That's wrong. That's un-American. DC residents are Americans too. The lack of voting representation harms the District of Columbia. We, at this moment in our country, should be expanding democracy, not constraining it.
And Congresswoman, if I can add to Attorney General Schwab's remark, because frequently people focus on our lack of representation, and that is certainly an affront to us as tax-paying Americans. What gets less focus, but has come into focus over the last several weeks, is that we lack full autonomy. So for all intents and purposes, we function like a state. I function as our jurisdiction's governor and county executive and mayor. We perform the duties that all states are asked, and we don't do anything less. But we don't have control of our National Guard, and a peculiarity of our home rule charter, a president can declare an emergency in the district. So lack of full autonomy also prevents us from using the money that we raised in taxes, like happened this year. Taxes that we raised in the district cut from our approved budget, which forced us to cut services, including the pay raises that our police officers are due, being delayed until this October.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Now the chair recognizes the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mendelson, is crime up or down in the last month here in D.C.?
It's down.
Down significantly, right? Robberies down 42%, deadly weapon assaults down 13%, carjackings down 85%, car theft down 24%, violent crime down 25%. That's pretty good, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Before last year, before the surge, violent crime was down 26%. After the surge, violent crime was down 27%.
Yeah, I thought you would say that before the surge that violent crime was down. But the chairman of the Fraternal Order, in fact, you said, I think you tweeted out, or you put a statement out on August 12th, violent crime in the district is at its lowest levels we've seen in 30 years.
Correct.
But the head of the Fraternal Order of Police, Mr. Pemberton, said, when our members respond to the scene of a felony offense, inevitably there will be a lieutenant or a captain that will show up on the scene and direct those members to take a report for a lesser offense. Are you guys cooking the books?
I think we're not, but I also know that there are a couple of investigations run by this
Well, you settled a case too, didn't you? You just settled a case where someone said you were cooking the books. Is that right?
I can't speak to that case. I don't have familiarity.
Well, we know it was settled. It's been reported.
But I do know there are collateral statistics that affirm the reduction
Is
in
Mr.
crime.
Pemberton lying? Head of the FOP?
Yes.
You think he's lying? Wow. Well, let me just read from the court case that was settled. This is the transcript of Mr. Randy Griffin, who's the commander of the Metro Police Department. And he was asked the question in this deposition. He says, Lieutenant Andrew Zabowski came up with the classification of taking property without right, correct? He responded, yes. Question, so he's saying that you told him to come up with a solution for the theft problem, which is driving up crime statistics for the district, correct? He responded, yes. Sounds like you guys are cooking the books there, according to, this is under oath from the deposition from this case that was just settled with the person who brought the action, sergeant in your police department, but you're not cooking the books?
Congressman,
The question was to Mr. Mendelson.
As I said, there are two investigations. I know there's one internal in the Metropolitan Police Department. I know that there's an investigation by this committee. I think that the three of us
What's
here
taking
welcome
property
that
without right?
investigation.
What's taking property without right?
Oh, that would be theft.
Why not? Well, why not call it theft? Why come up with this designation? In fact, that's what he says. He's asked the question. He
Congressman,
said,
I can't
the
speak to
solution,
that
the
particular
solution from
case.
Mr. Zabowski was to come up with this TPWR, taking property without right. What is that? Taking property without right is what again?
If you're speaking to the particular charges, I can't speak to that. And as I've said several times here, I can't speak to that particular case. I think the issue is whether there is
I'm asking a
widespread.
simple question. You have a classification for crime called taking property without right. What does that mean? What does that mean?
It means just what it said, if that's what the crime is.
Well, why not call it? I mean, what would a normal person call taking property without right?
Are we talking about what the criminal code and the specific
No, I'm just
crimes
talking
are?
about that statement that you have that's grown 500% in the last several years, that specific category of crime. I'm just wondering what does that exactly mean?
So if we look at collateral data such as ShotSpotter, we know that gunshots are down 29% from 23
Taking
to
property
24.
without right was the question. What does that mean?
I've already answered you, sir.
And what'd you say again?
I said that if you're speaking to a particular offense in our criminal code, I cannot speak to that particular offense.
Well, why not just call it stealing? That's what we'd all, someone comes and takes something that belongs to me, or someone comes and takes something that belongs to you, we call it stealing. Why
well,
create this new
sir,
category that grows 500% that I think allows you to cook the books
Sir,
as the head of the FOP in your city
As
said
you
so?
know, as the chair of the Judiciary Committee, there are for many offenses a range of possible charges from misdemeanor to felony and different shades of felony. So I am not familiar with that particular offense.
Is it a good thing that, are you against having the National Guard here, or do you think that's been helpful to the citizens and the families and the people who live in the DC area?
We think that the DC National Guard is a very valuable and wonderful asset to the city. That's a little bit different than having thousands of guard troops stationed around the city when they are not trained in law enforcement. And my understanding is that many of them were looking kind of bored with what they were doing.
My time is run out. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts.
Thank you. I want to thank the witnesses for your willingness to come before the committee and help us with our work. Mayor Bowser, back in March, the Republican leadership here in the House cut $1.1 billion from the DC budget.
Yes,
Is that correct?
that's correct.
So I live in Boston. We have about 700,000 people in our city, pretty much the same size as DC. I know taking $1 billion out of our budget would kill us, in terms of our ability to deliver services and fund a police department. Can you talk about what that meant? It is ironic. It is ironic that the same people who cut $1.1 billion out of your budget 4 months later are saying, we're going to take over the city because you're not taking care of law enforcement.
That's correct, Congressman. And it was especially problematic because it came mid-year. To cut $1 billion with 12 months is bad enough, but to cut it with 6 months, it's almost impossible.
And Mayor, tell me where that $1.1 billion, where did it come from?
It came from every one of our sectors. And when you have to cut that much money.
The source, was that from DC taxpayers?
100% local dollars.
Okay,
And
so they cut $1.1 billion of the tax money paid by DC residents.
That's
They
correct.
cut that from your budget so that you can't provide as much law enforcement and police officers to patrol these streets. Is that right?
That's right.
And Chairman Mendelson, you mentioned earlier that it had about $83 million underfunding of the police department directly. Is that correct?
That is correct. There's an emergency planning and security fund that Congress appropriates every year for. It is supposed to fully reimburse our MPD for its work in connection with the federal presence, whether
Okay.
it's demonstrations or escorts for the.
I get it. There's a protest down here every week, every couple of days. So
Yes.
I
And it's been
compliment you on your
underfunded.
ability to try to deal with that. And that's not DC's problem. That's the country, because this is the place we come to exercise our First Amendment rights to petition our government. So that's a lot of your problem, is the fact that you are our nation's capital, and this is where we come to complain, right? We complain to our federal government, and you have to deal with that. Attorney General Schwab, are you familiar with the Posse Comitatus Act?
I am, sir.
Your mic is not on.
Yes, the Posse Comitatus Act is a law, long-standing law in our country that makes clear that in our country, military are not engaged in policing American citizens on American soil.
Absolutely, but isn't that what President Trump is doing right now, bringing in the military to police the civilian population in this district? That's exactly what he's doing. Is that your view as well?
Well, sir, I filed a lawsuit that involves that very issue in terms of the legality.
I read that. That's why I asked you the question.
And so while a lawsuit is pending, I'm not going to talk about the specifics of the lawsuit or the merits of it, but I am very concerned about the law of our country being followed, especially when it puts the district and district residents in harm's way.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Look, so now we have armed military on the streets here in D.C. because they cut your budget so you can't hire more police, and also to recruit more police officers. That's suffering as well. And yet I see that not only is the military being politicized, coming in here and supporting one president's agenda, but they're also suffering the humiliation of having to go pick up trash and do landscaping and spreading mulch, things like that. That is not what we ask of our sons and daughters when they put on that uniform. We should treat them with more respect than this president is treating them right now. Madam Mayor, how many additional police officers do you think you could hire with that $1.1 billion that was cut from your budget?
Well, we think we can safely hire up to 300 officers per year. We know that we can add to our recruitment bonuses. We know that we can invest in the types of things that young officers want, like take-home patrol cars, like updated training facilities, and improved district headquarters.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Dr. Fox from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Bowser, I'm going to ask you a simple question based on the question you were just asked. Do you commit to use all that money to hire law enforcement people?
We commit to using it for law where it was cut primarily. We have
no, I just need to know yes or no. Will you, because you're making a big deal about wanting that money for law enforcement. Would you use it for law enforcement? Yes or no?
Well, Congressman, we want the money because it was approved by this Congress and it's our money.
Thank you.
We want it for law enforcement.
I take that as a no.
We want it for fire and EMS.
Mayor Bowser,
we
I'm
want
going to
it
change
to
the way I'm
support our
asking you
city.
questions. Mayor Bowser, it's
Yes,
my
ma'am.
time. It's my time.
There'll be order in here. Let Dr. Fox has the time. Let Dr. Fox proceed, Dr. Fox.
Mayor Bowser, do you agree that a key part of reducing juvenile crime is by improving education outcomes for students in Washington, D.C.?
Yes.
Good. So you believe that education is important for reducing juvenile crime. Do you also agree that the DC Opportunity Scholarship Program, or DC OSP, which expands educational opportunities for low-income families, plays a part of helping us reach that goal?
We have a system of choice here that includes opportunity scholarships, public charter schools, and traditional public schools.
Yes, ma'am.
All
I'm
three.
quite familiar with that.
Yep.
So we know students in the DC OSP can receive a high-quality education while they may be otherwise left behind in the horribly underperforming schools in DC. This program provides real school choices for families, been repeatedly studied and evaluated. The results show that participants in the program thrive and see higher rates of high school graduation and the pursuit of higher education. Mayor Bowser, Bowser, given the recent spike in juvenile crime in the city, I hope we can agree it's more important now than ever that school children have pathways to succeed and learn in safe, high-performing schools. What is your administration doing to ensure students have access to alternative education programs, including the DC OSP, to keep them engaged and on track?
Well, we have been very supportive of the SOAR Act, and we encourage this Congress to continue to support SOAR, where we invest in all sectors, including the Opportunity Scholarship Fund. We're also very proud that when we look back over 15 years in our investments in school reform with mayoral control of the schools and council oversight of the schools, we've seen enrollment in our schools nearly reach 100,000. We've seen achievement outpace our peer schools across the nation, and our children have rebounded from COVID learning loss faster than most.
Thank you.
And
Thank
our
you.
residents are responding.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, I just was going to add that our residents are responding by sending their children to their neighborhood schools. And that is a marker of success.
Thank you. Chairman Mendelson, given that better educational opportunities are strongly correlated with reductions in juvenile crime, what immediate steps is the City Council taking to ensure that DC youth have the best educational opportunities and are not left behind in failing schools?
Well, Congresswoman, thank you for that question. The council has actually taken a number of steps to ensure that funding is not cut to our local schools, that the individual schools in DCPS and in the charter schools are fully funded. We have been very aggressive about assuring that. But I want to note that the legislation that was passed would have the effect of cutting DCPS by $17.5 million.
Schwab, what evidence does your office have that designated juvenile curfew zones have successfully reduced incidents of teenagers roaming or causing disturbances in residential neighborhoods, and how are those results measured?
We have seen, and I support the chief's use of curfew with respect to juveniles. The way the curfew has been used here in the district is a tool for the MPD to ask young people to disperse if there are large groups of them. That has been largely successful. If youth have not dispersed in response to the MPD request, MPD will occasionally pick those youth up and bring them to what's called our Youth Services Center, where their parents are called and they're brought home. We have not seen an increase in prosecution related to curfew, but we know anecdotally that the curfew, at least as a short-term measure, has been effective in dispersing large crowds of young people.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Before I
Mr. Chairman,
recognize-
I would like to ask for unanimous consent.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record a article from Vox News entitled "Laboratories of Democracy, Washington, D.C. showed how to do universal pre-K right. D.C. offers free pre-K for toddlers. The ripple effects have helped K through 12 schools." This is the first
Without
city
objection,
in the
so ordered.
United States
Without
to have
objection, so
universal
ordered.
pre-K in the
Chair
country.
recognizes
They
Mr.
are
Christopher
innovating and leading the
Ms.
way.
Stansberry, no tryouts for MSNBC. Chair recognizes, and before I recognize Mr. Cristoforte, if I may, that $1 billion is restored in the continuing resolution that we're going to vote on tomorrow.
It hasn't been taken up. The Senate took it up a long time ago, and this
Well,
House has
I've been
refused
a
to take that
proponent
up.
for that.
So let's not talk about what we're going to do. Let's talk about what we've done.
Well, are you going to vote for the CR, Mr. Lynch? Are the Democrats going to vote for the CR that restores that $1 billion funded one?
I haven't read it yet.
Okay.
Let me know what it says.
All right, we'll send you the text. Chair recognizes Mr. Cristoforte.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Though we're here today to discuss President Trump's takeover of D.C. law enforcement, Chicago, which I represent, is also on Trump's hit list. President Trump has demonized and calls Chicago a, quote, hellhole. Attorney General Schwab, in August, the president called D.C. a hellhole as well, right?
Yes, he did.
He also said, quote, Chicago is the murder capital of the world. And just yesterday, he called Chicago, quote, a death trap. I have here a list of states that, based on FBI data, have the highest number of violent crimes per capita. 4 of the top 5 states on this list are run by Republicans. And if you're talking about total murders in absolute terms, it turns out Texas is number 1. In this particular list here, Illinois is number 29. Now, Attorney General, you see Alaska tops this list. To your knowledge, the president hasn't called Alaska a hellhole, right?
I have not heard that.
And Arkansas is number 4 here. He didn't call Arkansas a hellhole, correct?
I've not heard that.
And you haven't heard the president talk about deploying the National Guard in Texas, correct?
I have not.
Folks, this isn't about crime. It's about politics. Just this week, Trump said, quote, I'm going to Chicago early against Pritzker. Pritzker is nothing. That's not how a president should be talking about any governor or any state. I'd like to talk about the National Guard deployment here in D.C. and the cost of it. Now, Mr. Jackson, as you said, I believe that the D.C. deployment is going to cost over $200 million, correct?
Correct. That's projection.
Let's see how this money is being used. Trump says it's for fighting crime, but here's a guardsman carrying trash. Here's a guardsman mowing the lawn. Here's a very nice gentleman, a guardsman carrying a leaf blower. Honorable work, certainly, but this is not why the taxpayers fund the National Guard. If Trump was serious about crime, he wouldn't cut nearly $4 million in federal funding for local violence prevention groups in Chicago. Attorney General, you'd agree the president should be funding these crime prevention programs, not cutting them, right?
As I said in my testimony, sir, prosecution and prevention are both essential to making sure cities are safe, and we have to do both. Crime intervention work, violence intervention work has been successful here in the District of Columbia in terms
You shouldn't be cutting that
of
work,
driving
right?
gun violence down. We need to invest in it.
Not cut it, right?
Correct.
This week, I want to turn to another topic. In Elgin, a Chicago suburb in my district, an American citizen was pulled from his home, cuffed and detained by ICE. And another U.S. citizen in Des Plaines, also in my district, was tased in the face and detained in another ICE operation. This is shameful, and I'm extremely concerned about the safety and well-being of my constituents. I'm also concerned about the devastating impact that out-of-control ICE raids and the deployment of the National Guard will have on the economy and jobs back in the Chicago area. Let's look at a couple stats. Foot traffic for Chicago's second most profitable business corridor on 26th Street is down 60% since ICE raids began. And this is not just a hypothetical concern that the same would happen with the deployment of National Guard. Let's look at what's happened to DC's economy. Mr. Schwab, CNN has reported restaurant reservations decreased by as much as 31%, and foot traffic in retail stores is down 81%. Those reports show that the president's unilateral deployment of the Guard is hurting the local economy, right?
That's consistent.
Folks, our economy is softening. Unemployment and prices for necessities like vegetables are soaring. Mr. President, let's put aside politics and hostility toward governors and elected officials. Let's not take actions that hurt families and the economy. I'd like to turn to my final topic, and that's domestic violence. Attorney General Schwab, according to The Hill, President Trump suggested that, quote, a little fight with the wife shouldn't count in D.C. crime stats. You don't dispute The Hill reported this, right?
I saw that.
But there's nothing little about 12,000 victims of domestic violence in D.C. or nothing little about 50,000 Illinoisans experiencing domestic violence, correct?
No, it's a very serious crime.
There's nothing little about 12,000 children, more than 12,000 children who witnessed domestic violence in Chicago either, right?
It's traumatizing.
It's abhorrent that the president routinely dismisses violence faced by women. And given his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, this attitude, unfortunately, comes as no surprise. Let's be clear. There's nothing little about domestic violence. not the scale of the problem or the courage of the survivors. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Higgins from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. On August 11th, 2025, the day the president took action here in D.C., Councilman Allen said this: "The president taking over local control, the MPD, and putting the U.S. military onto the streets of D.C. under the guise of public safety is wrong. It's an extreme, outrageous, and dangerous move for our city and the safety of our residents." Do you agree with that statement by Councilmember Allen, Attorney General Schwab?
I do believe that the presence of thousands of armed troops in the district has been a problem and counterproductive for public safety in the district.
Counterproductive, dangerous. He said the second sentence, dangerous move for our city and the safety of our residents. How is 85% reduction in carjackings dangerous for the city, for the city's
I don't
residents?
believe that
Chairman Mendelson, do you believe that, do you agree with Mr. Councilman Allen's statement?
Well, if the question is about the National Guard reducing carjackings, I don't think the National Guard was involved in reducing carjackings.
I'm asking about this statement. Do you agree with Councilman Allen's statement?
Could you repeat the statement again?
President taking over local control of the MPD and the U.S. military on the streets of D.C. under the guise of public safety is wrong. It's dangerous, outrageous, and extreme move for our city and the safety of our residents.
If you'll recall, at the time that he said that, the order from
Said that the day it happened.
Yes, the order from the Attorney General was that all orders within MPD would have to be approved by.
How about you, Mayor? Do you agree with the councilman's statement?
But would have to be approved by the
Asking the mayor now. I'm
DEA.
asking
I know,
the
but
mayor
I
now.
didn't finish my sentence.
Well, I'm
It has to
asking the
be
mayor the
approved by the
question. We control the
DEA.
time. Mayor
That's
Bowser, do you
complete
agree?
disorganization.
The mayor.
Mr. Jordan, I think the statement is not what happened, actually. So the Home Rule Charter allows the president to make requests of MPD through the mayor. It does not allow the president to take over MPD, which at no time happened.
Well, I'll just point out that it seems to me you disagree because you said just 2 weeks ago, we greatly appreciate the surge of officers that enhance what MPD has been able to do with the city. We know that when carjackings go down, when gun use goes down, when homicide or robbery go down, neighborhoods feel safer. So it's like Councilman Allen doesn't know what he's talking about. Looks like you definitely disagree with him.
We, having more officers enhance the effectiveness of MPD allowed us to accelerate crime reduction.
Representative Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the gentleman from Ohio. We are constantly at odds with the leadership of D.C. as a body, Congress, from the Republican side of the aisle, because there's a fundamental difference between the ideological perspective of the elected officials of D.C. and the majority of Americans across the country. And this is their nation's capital. And we can admit that. It's okay to have ideological variances. The city of D.C. plays a special role, and it's our nation's capital. So there needn't be this level of friction when we're discussing variances of political and social opinion that exist within our own family. But this battle about the authority of Congress within our nation's capital and over our nation's capital that doesn't have to be a fight. The Congress shall have the power to exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district. The indispensable necessity of complete authority at the seat of government carries its own evidence with it. This is baked into the birth of our country. And I have respect for the process that has elected you, good lady, and you, gentlemen. And I very much respect you, Sir Mr. Jackson. Of everybody here, you're plugged into the reality of the street. And I would like to talk to you further about some of the programs that you embrace. That's a different conversation. That's not elected guys with scripted answers scrubbed by attorneys. You're for real. and I'd like to talk to you more. I was happy to yield much of my time to the gentleman from Ohio. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for convening this hearing, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Higgins.
Chair, I request unanimous consent.
Okay.
I request unanimous consent to enter into the record this August 22nd, 2025 article from CNN titled "GOP Governors Are Sending Troops to DC. Their states have 10 cities with higher crime rates," which shows the blatant hypocrisy of the GOP when their states have higher crime rates.
Without objection, so ordered.
And yet choose to pretend.
Chair recognizes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you and the Vice Chair for convening us, the ranking member, I should say. Madam Mayor, good to see you again.
Good to see you.
And you have a very tough job, and it goes without saying that the 800-pound gorilla in this room is a realization that you're fighting with one hand tied behind your back, and you're strapped in as a result of policies and rulings and law that prevent you in many instances from being the mayor that you want to be every day without being constrained. So I just want to say that on the record. It's easy for a lot of people to point fingers, but until you sat in that seat and had to make those decisions, it's very difficult. And one of your arms have been tied behind your back. Let's make no mistake about that. I want to thank all of you who are here, but one thing that I want to do is to go back and underscore the comments of Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton. I brought this up at the last meeting that we had here on the District of Columbia, and that is the fact that at the end of the day, so much of this can be traced back to the imposition of policy on a governed people without their participation. Let me repeat that. The imposition of policy without participation by the citizens, the Americans. It's just as it was with the Boston Tea Party. It comes down to taxation without representation. When you can't even fight for yourself, stand for yourself, vote for yourself, that's wrong. That's wrong. In 1973, let's get some of this on the record so that we have some perspective. DC got the Home Rule Act, and you were able to elect your first mayor and your first city council. And Walter Washington transitioned from his previous position to be that first elected mayor. In 1978, some of you will remember that full congressional representation was in the form of an amendment, and that amendment failed because you couldn't get, not you, the district, but the nation couldn't get the requisite number of states to ratify it. In 1982, voters here in the District of Columbia voted to approve a constitution for a new state. Some of you will recall that was called the New Columbia. And yet it was ignored by this Congress over and over and over again. Marion Barry came up here on this hill so many times to make the argument for the people of Washington that fairness has to be fair. It just can't be proportioned out when we feel like it. In 1990, Congressman Walter Fauntroy, myself, Marion, Jesse Jackson, and so many others put together Freedom Train rides from DC to New England, making a stop in each city along the way, making the case for statehood, and urging Americans up and down the coast to support it. In 1993, I was proud, along with your current delegate, to vote for the first DC statehood bill here in the Congress. And let me just point out one thing. Not one Republican voted for that bill. And that bill went down. It went down after a great deal of fight by a vote of 153 to 277. 2016, DC voters voted to approve a statehood referendum. The people voted 86% to approve that. This Congress ignored it. In 2020, the 116th Congress, H.R. 51 became the next statehood bill. It was defeated. And the following year, in the 117th Congress, we came back with the same bill, was defeated again without any votes or representation from the other side. So at some point in time, you have to ask yourself, if this is so partisan, what is the issue? Now, some people argue the issue is racial. I know I shouldn't say that, but I'm going to say it because people feel that way. They think that if this was any other population, majority population, that this would not be taking place. We all know that it's partisan, even though some people will say it's not partisan, because the district tends to vote Democratic. So let's not play games here. Let's be honest and true. And if we are true about making sure that Americans, no matter where they are, but especially here in this district, have rights that others don't have, stop treating the District of Columbia like a donor state. They donate their taxes, they donate their military officers, they donate their brain trust, and they give of themselves. And at some point in time, we as a body have to give back. Taxation without representation is as wrong today as it was when the Boston Tea Party exploded over the same issue.
Thank you.
Gentlemen's time's expired. Thank you, Mr. Mfume. Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, all of the witnesses for coming in today. Attorney General Schwab, do you remember the case State of Maryland and District of Columbia versus Engage Armament, LC, et cetera?
I do.
And in that case, just for anybody who's not aware of it, the district joined Maryland and sued 3 Maryland firearm retailers for allegedly making straw purchases. In your lawsuit, you engaged 2 outside counsel, one firm, I think it's called Every Town Law, and another was Perkins Coie. Do you remember that?
I do.
And how much did you pay Perkins Coie, and how much did you pay every town lawsuit?
Both of those outside firms are on a pro bono basis, so no money has been paid to them.
You didn't pay me? Okay. You filed that lawsuit was baseless, right? You'd agree with that now after you've read the verdict of the district court, and I'm going to go through that with you pretty clearly.
Well, Mr. Biggs, as you know, that case has been dismissed and is on appeal. And given the fact that it is still part of active litigation,
you don't want to talk about it. I don't blame you.
I'm not going to talk about the merits while it's in active litigation.
Right. I don't blame you for not wanting to talk about it, because I go through here and at least 10 times the judge said there's absolutely no basis. There's no factual basis for bringing that lawsuit. So that's pretty damning. And not only that, under Maryland law, and basically Arizona's the same way. Most cases is every bit of deference is going to be given to a party who's defending against a motion to dismiss or motion for summary judgment, right? I mean, that's normal. That's Maryland law, right?
Yes, that's the standard.
Yeah. And in this particular case, the judge made some very interesting comments. This is what he said. Ordinarily, leave to amend in Maryland is freely granted, particularly when a case is in an early stage, unless leave to amend would be futile or inappropriate for other reasons. This case presents such an occasion to deny the request, close quote. I don't know, I used to practice, I used to do a lot of trial work. I don't remember ever seeing something like that. That's pretty damning stuff from the court. And then it goes on, the judge goes on to say, at bottom, in the court's view, the plaintiffs hope to use the discovery process in order to construct a case. And the court correctly notes, through that discovery, the plaintiff wants to find sufficient facts to state a viable claim for relief. But right then, in the complaint, failed to state any claim for relief. And so, the question that's begged here is, why wasn't a Rule 11 sanction brought against you and the other plaintiffs' attorneys? Was a Rule 11 sanction brought?
No, sir. And while we obviously disagree with that ruling, we are pursuing an appeal as the rules allow us to do, and I'm confident that we'll get it turned around at the Court of Appeals.
Yeah, of course, you were confident you were going to win the case when you didn't have jack squat, but you went after 3 FFLs because you had a political agenda. There were no sanctions. Did you have to pay attorney's fees or costs? Were any of those ordered? I didn't see them ordered in here. I assume they weren't
There
ordered.
were no sanctions. There were no costs.
So-
The important thing is we were working as hard as we can in this city to keep illegal guns out.
No,
of
no, the
District of
important thing
Columbia.
is,
And the
no,
way
sir,
in
no,
which
listen to me
guns
for a
come
second.
into our
Listen to me
district
for a
too
second.
often is
The
through straw
important thing,
purchases.
Mr. Attorney General Schwab, the important thing was that you were using your office to abuse gun FFLs because you don't like them, and that's the deal. Because as the judge said, you basically didn't have a case whatsoever, but you decided to use your power and your authority and make the process the punishment. That's what you chose to do. That's what you
Respectfully,
chose
sir,
to do,
that is
and there's
not-
no question before you.
That is not true, sir.
That's exactly what this says. And that's a shame, because that's an abuse of power right there. And so you come in here, sit here, and tell us all this righteousness about power. But I'm telling you, when you're using the process itself to go after political opponents, which is exactly what you're doing, this is a philosophical issue that you have. And you used them, and you you used two firms that you know and I know that that's their motive. The law firm, every state, that is their job. That's what they want to do. They solicit funds to go out there and sue FFLs because they don't want the Second Amendment to even exist. Read their statements, and you joined with them. Mayor Bowser, it's good to see you again. I know you do have a tough job. I'm the first to admit it.
Thank you.
But it's good to see you again.
Thank you.
And I'm out of time, so I can't ask any questions, but I do have some things I want to, Mr. Chairman, I have some UCs.
Yes, proceed.
First of all, I wanted to introduce the memorandum decision and order from the case State of Maryland, D.C. versus Engage Armament et al.
Without objection, so ordered.
The letter from the committee to the Honorable Brian L. Schwab dated June 11, 2025.
Without objection, so ordered.
Which we're still waiting for answers for. This one, Mayor Muriel Bowser says Trump's surge of federal law enforcement has lowered crime in D.C.
Without objection, so ordered.
Trump's D.C. crime crackdown busts another alleged Trinidad gang member. Make D.C. safe again.
Without objection, so ordered.
This one, Trump's executive orders target D.C. crime as the city hits 12 days without a homicide.
Without objection, so ordered.
This one is radical D.C. officials treated officers like crap, police leader says.
Without objection, so ordered.
Murdered congressional intern's mom says Trump should take over Washington, D.C.
Without objection, so ordered.
Yes, prosecuting and arresting criminals would have immediate impact on D.C.'s crime.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Brown from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. So we want to talk about abuse of power, huh? Well, let me start here. President Trump's only expertise on crime is committing it, not preventing it, enabling it, not ending it, and covering it up, not cleaning it up. He is a convicted felon. He has illegally frozen federal funding. He has assaulted the rule of law at every turn. He has consistently violated constitutionally protected due process rights, and he has unleashed a corporate agenda to enrich himself and his wealthy donors. Right now, as we sit here, Trump is bending over backwards to protect Ghislaine Maxwell, a convicted sex trafficker who preyed on children, and blocking the release of the Epstein files to shield criminals from accountability. In the last 10 months alone, he has pardoned countless white-collar fraudsters who ripped off the American people, often conveniently after they cozied up to him. And let's not forget, Trump pardoned every single person charged or convicted in the January 6th insurrection. That included 172 people who pleaded guilty to assaulting law enforcement. It included dozens of repeat offenders, people with prior convictions for rape, manslaughter, and sexual abuse of a minor. And it included at least 10 individuals who have already been rearrested for new crimes. So spare us the talk of law and order, because under Trump, that only means lawlessness for his friends and punishment for everyone else. Now, let me be clear. I care deeply about public safety in my district, in every district across America. Every person deserves to feel safe in their neighborhood, at their job, and their school. And if I may, there is some good news. Violent crime has been consistently decreasing across America. And yes, we have more work to do, but we also know what works to keep it that way. So if you are really serious about public safety, let's increase funding for violence prevention programs. Let's pass common sense gun safety bills, and let's provide additional federal resources to our local partners to recruit and train local law enforcement. But what has this administration done instead? Rolled back gun safety reforms, gutted DOJ programs tasked with addressing violent crime, and blocked funding to local law enforcement and community violence prevention agencies like the one you served, Mr. Jackson. Earlier this year, Cleveland Peacemakers Alliance, a local violence prevention organization, had its community violence prevention grant funding frozen by this administration. Mr. Jackson, I know you cannot speak to this specific grant, but can you talk about the importance of grants funded through the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act and how freezes like this impact public safety?
Well, we know from Cleveland Peacemakers to Advance Peace to Safe Streets Baltimore to Life Camp in New York City, that these organizations that are doing violence intervention work are saving lives every day. And every study we've seen that to focus on how impactful community violence intervention has been has shown promise. But this Trump administration hasn't stopped at terminating violence intervention programs. They also terminated $1 billion in youth mental health resources that we know can help our youth that are in crisis before a school shooting, before a suicide attempt, before any violent harm. They've also made major cuts to the ATF. And we know that the ATF now has lost 2/3 of its inspectors. So they don't even have the capacity to inspect gun stores to decide whether or not they're violating the law. He also reversed their zero tolerance policy for gun dealers, where they violate the law, they lose their license. And even if you go to the Department of Justice website, there's an invite for previous violating law gun stores to come back and get their licenses again. So he's not only defunding programs that we know are preventing violence, that are working with youth, that are working in schools and working with homes. He's also stripped and dismantled and defunded federal law enforcement to keep guns out of our communities.
Thank you so much. Instead of funding proven public safety solutions, my Republican colleagues want to pull political stunts like weaponizing the National Guard against the American people. Let's be clear. That only sidelines local law enforcement, sows chaos, and distracts from real emergencies. So yes, it's political theater, but worse, it's dangerous political theater that puts communities more at risk, not less.
All right, Chair recognizes Ms. Mace from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. The government of the District of Columbia, under the leadership sitting in front of us today, has become a poster child for DEI and gender madness. This has led to government, Mr. Chairman, this is not a concert. This audience can just settle down.
Stop the clock, and the gentlelady's right. Under the rules of the House, the chairman is responsible for maintaining order and preserving decorum in the committee room. I expect audience members to be respectful of the committee, so
I'd like to reclaim my time too.
Reclaim it, absolutely.
This has led to government sanctioned racial discrimination and the erasure of women. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 provides Congress plenary authority over the District of Columbia. Using this authority today, I'll be introducing the No DEI in DC Act. This bill will rip the DEI and gender bender nonsense out of the DC government root and branch and restore common sense and equal treatment under the law. As the individuals charged with writing DC laws, signing DC laws, and enforcing DC's laws, we have some questions for you on the meanings of some of the curious terms we have found in the DC Code. My first question for Mayor Bowser, it's yes or no. The DC Code makes numerous references to, quote, structural or institutional racism. Do you believe the DC government is structurally or institutionally racist? Yes or no? Yes or no? Is DC government racist, institutionally racist? Yes or no? All right, you can't answer the question. So my next question for Mayor Bowser, since you're going to sit there and placate or just be quiet, in section 7-1234.02 of DC Code, you use the phrase child welfare involved birthing people. Child welfare involved birthing people. Can you explain to me what this means?
I'm not that familiar with that part of the code.
Okay, and so you don't know. In section 7-1234.02 of DC Code, you use the phrase justice involved incarcerated and homeless birthing people and their non-birthing partners. Can you explain to this committee what that means?
I would have to see
You don't
the whole
know. You're
section.
literally the mayor of DC and you don't know your own code of laws.
Well, I don't know
All right,
them
one thing we
verbatim.
noticed the DC Code struggles to define is the term woman. So Mayor Bowser, what is a woman?
I'm a woman. Are you a woman?
100%.
Okay.
100%.
I'm a woman. You're looking at one.
Okay, good. You actually, in section 3-703 of the DC Code, you use the phrase, the intersectionality of gender and race to create unique dynamics and effects. Can you explain what this means to the committee?
Where is that, ma'am?
Section 3-703 of the DC Code. Do you know what that means? No,
Could
you
you give
don't
me
know
the
what that means.
title
So
of the-
chapter 14D of the DC Code establishes
Mr.
the
Chairman,
commission.
I'm happy to answer questions.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to reclaim my time. This is not her time, it's my time. You can be quiet as I ask you questions, and then you can answer them.
Ms.
And then you can
If
answer
you
them.
would give-
I'm not, Mr. Chairman, this is my time, not hers. I'd like to reclaim my time.
Let's make good use of the time, Ms.
Chair
Mays.
I'm making very good
Chair
use of my
recognizes
time.
Ms.
There
Mays.
is-
You're
Ms. Mays
making
has
my
the
point.
floor.
You're the mayor of DC, and you don't even know your own code of laws. What is a birthing person?
I would assume it's someone who gives birth.
All right. Why don't you use, are these women, are these moms? You think it's appropriate to call them birthing person? Can a man birth a person?
Well,
Be a
that's
birthing
what I
person?
would call it, but I don't write all the laws, and I'm not familiar with every
Can
section.
men get pregnant?
No.
Can men become women?
Can a man become a woman?
Yeah. Can a man become a woman?
Miss
Yes
Mace,
or no? Can a man become a woman? Yes or no?
Miss Mace, I'm not
Okay,
here to
my
talk
next
about
question,
that.
chapter 14D of the DC Code establishes the Commission on Reparations and a reparations fund to provide eligible African Americans monetary reparations or other forms of redress. Is it the position of DC government benefits should be provided to individuals on the basis of race?
I believe that the legislation requires a study.
Okay, I'm asking you, is it the position of the DC government that government benefits should be provided on the basis of race?
If you're
is the
referring to
question.
that legislation, I believe it requires a study.
Okay, I'm asking you a question. Do you believe that government benefits should be given out on the basis of race? That is the question. This is the third time I'm asking.
We have any number of benefits programs, and eligibility is
Okay.
established.
You're not answering
per-
any of these
per program.
questions. I'll give it to you. You're slick. In section 2-1383 of the DC Code, you use the phrase social value of the LGBTQ community business economy to the district. Can you explain what this means to the committee?
It means that LGBT businesses provide economic benefit to the district's economy.
Do you think all businesses provide economic benefit to the DC economy?
They should, or they would be out of business.
Yeah, of course. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Stansberry from New Mexico.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. I just want to take a moment to decompress after that. And I do want to just take a moment of personal privilege for our witnesses and for the members of the public who are here today to apologize for the behavior of my colleagues, for the disrespectful language that has been deployed, for the personal assaults on your character and professionalism. We know that you are representing the people of this city and doing an excellent job, and we support you.
Thank you.
Now, I want to turn to where the ranking member went at the beginning of this hearing and talk about the real crime wave here in DC. I think it's very demonstrable, and the data shows that the largest crime wave that we've had over the last 9 months began on January 20th. And the epicenter of that crime wave, one might call it a white collar, or in this case, an orange collar crime wave, is the White House. Because we have seen a slew of illegal firings that have resulted in millions of Americans being without vital programs, the withholding of millions of dollars of funds, violations of the Constitution, rule of law, separation of powers, due process rights, illegal arrests, illegal deportations, hundreds of lawsuits, grift that's resulted in billions of dollars in crypto schemes lining the pockets of the president and his family, government contracts to his friends, and an epic cover-up of the largest known sex trafficking scandal in American history, with the director of the FBI lying under oath in this chamber just yesterday. And I just want to say this, that it is a felony under the U.S. Code to lie under oath in front of Congress. So if you want to talk about crime in D.C., then look no further than your own damn hearings. Let's talk about that. That's the real crime wave. Now, Mr. Jackson, I really appreciate you bringing forward as part of this discussion this morning the impact that it's had on real people in the community. Because I think for people who do not live in Washington, D.C., who have never stepped foot in front of City Hall, gone to a city council meeting, have never met with the mayor in her chambers, have never talked to the people of Washington, D.C., they don't understand how this is impacting the communities who live here, of having this occupation in their midst. And this is not about public safety. You know, last week we heard our colleagues accusing us of not wanting to solve crimes, not wanting to address public safety issues. I mean, I'm trying to swear less, but that's just total bullshit. I mean, that's just a lie. That's just not true. We care a lot about addressing public safety. It's one of our top priorities. But that's not really what this is about. Because if this was really about addressing public safety, you wouldn't have had the vice president and Stephen Miller walking into Union Station, making fun of, deriding, and putting down the people of DC while they're deploying National Guardsmen from across the South to stand on street corners to talk to their friends and be on their iPhones all day. I mean, I want to be real. Like, this is not law enforcement. I come from a veteran family. I support our law enforcement. I support our military. But this is not about law enforcement. And if you talk to any cop on the DC streets right now, you know, thank them for their service. Because in addition to actually dealing with real crime on the streets as trained law enforcement professionals, they had to spend the last month dealing with the bullshit of the Trump administration and a bunch of people who are standing around in the way of them actually doing their jobs. So if this administration actually wants to address public safety issues, stop holding the city of Washington, D.C. hostage. Now, this is just exhausting to listen to this all day. And so I would love to hear from you, Mr. Jackson. You've shared already this morning. With my remaining time, I would love to hear from you what you think Congress can do to help support the communities that you work with in D.C.
Just first of all, it's devastating what's happening in our communities. The first day of the DC takeover, we had to go into our communities and teach young people how to navigate law enforcement when their rights might be violated. Instead of teaching them about going to school and studying math and playing sports, they're trying to figure out how to navigate masked agents raiding their neighborhoods multiple times a day. Elderly folks that are getting arrested for petty crimes, 55 and plus, are now coming to us and saying, what can I do when these masked agents run into my neighborhood? And that's not how we solve crime. We don't scare and incarcerate our way out of this issue. We tried that in the 90s. It failed. The way that we address a public health crisis is we invest in prevention strategies. We look upstream to keep guns from pouring into our communities. 95% of guns in this city come from outside of the district. We only have one gun store, but yet the FBI director is bragging about apprehending guns in D.C. while President Trump's son is literally profiting with the smart gun company. And so what we really need in this moment is for federal government to do its job to keep guns from getting into our communities by cutting down on gun traffickers, by going after rogue gun dealers, by holding the gun manufacturers accountable, and being tough on crime, specifically on those who are profiting off of the pain and death in our neighborhoods.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Jackson.
Time's expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Cloud from is it
Texas.
Palmer or Cloud? Cloud from Texas.
Oh, the great state of Texas, as we like to say. But thank you for being here. Thank you, Chairman, for holding this committee. There's a lot of consternation today about President Trump deploying the National Guard to help crack down on crime. I can remember it wasn't that long ago where the Biden administration had deployed the National Guard to block access to the people's capital. I would much more be in favor of helping solve the crime situation here in D.C. There didn't seem to be a lot of consternation coming from the left during COVID when our capital was surrounded by barbed wire and the National Guard were camped out. Over the last 3 weeks, it's pretty undeniable. I mean, I remember what DC looked like, and it was just a couple months ago when Trump was elected. You can go by Union Station. There were homeless camps camped out. We had 2 staff members who had to deal with situations at gunpoint where they were accosted at gunpoint. We had another staff member who had to move out of their apartment after being threatened. I was took a train into Union Station and missed being present for someone getting shot. My chief of staff at the time was sitting out front and saw it happen. Missed it by 3 minutes myself. And you look at the stats of what's happened, and it's important to, there's a lot of comparing today apples to oranges and trying to, you put up charts and the numbers don't. But if you compare the 3 weeks this time to the 3 weeks last time, it's dramatic. 38% decrease in homicides, 44% decrease in sex abuse. I mean, this is extraordinary. If those trends were to continue, that's 50 people walking around the city alive, 50 families that haven't been broken up over the course of a year. That's extraordinary. Chairman Mendelson, can you not agree that DC is a safer place than it was 5 weeks ago?
There's no question, but that if you look at the data, the crime statistics, that there was a reduction in crime during the surge.
Yeah, okay.
But as we have said, if you want to add 500 officers working with our MPD, of course we're going to see a reduction in violence. That's not the same as ICE raids, masked men.
Important.
It's not the same as the National Guard who's landscaping on the mall.
Do I need to go back to my National Guard point? You didn't have a problem when the National Guard was blocking access to the nation's capital, prohibiting people from coming here. And to that point, DC is different than other cities. DC is unique. Our founders, there was mention of the Boston Tea Party, the ones who were actually there, wrote the Constitution and said that DC should not be a state because it houses the federal government. And it would be important for a state not to give undue influence over the federal government. We saw this during COVID. Excuse me, I'm talking.
Nothing about
Excuse me,
denying
sir.
us the franchise.
Sir. In September 20th, Capitol Hill Baptist Church was denied a permit to worship outside because of COVID-19. Yet we had a number of Black Lives Matter protests in this community. The concern I have is when Washington, D.C., access to the nation's capital is prohibited or curtailed in any way. Could you explain to me, Mayor, why the church was not able to have a worship service outside, but yet the Black Lives protests were enabled to go on.
You're talking about the public health emergency?
I'm talking about during COVID, Black Lives Matter protests continue to happen in Washington, D.C. With no retribution from the city, yet churches were not allowed to worship or worship outside even.
Yes, I think that matter was litigated and it's resolved.
Well, yes, COVID's over, but the point is that you have a city basically defining who has access to the nation's capital. And there were times where there were going to be a Trump rally and somehow restaurants got closed down that weekend and those sorts of things. Why was this church not allowed to worship outside, yet Black Lives Matter protests were encouraged by the city?
My recollection is
I mean, you went as far as to paint Black Lives Matters across the street.
I want to answer your question. My recollection, and I don't remember the specifics of that case, is that it fell under a large gathering prohibition in the early stages of COVID.
But Black Lives Matters were okay? Were they not large enough? They weren't violent enough?
You are probably referring to outdoor First Amendment gatherings that were not.
Worship service falls under the First Amendment.
And as I mentioned,
I only have a couple of minutes left, and so I'll just point out that the $1 billion you're asking for is in the CR that's on the House floor this week. And everyone over there, I would encourage you to encourage the people up here to vote for that, because if you want your dollars, they can help us provide it for you.
And Congressman, might I just add, and I hope that that is the case, that the FY25 fix is attached to the CR. We work very hard with the administration and with you, Mr. Comer, to make sure that the anomaly was included moving forward in 26. But the House, following Senator Collins' bill in the Senate, can still fix the FY25 CR problem that was $1.1 billion. And it's not too late, and it will help us balance.
The CR extends funding that our folks here have already voted for. It also adds security features and then adds that for DC. So I expect unanimous support over there, right? Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Chair recognizes Mr. Frost from Florida.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, Mr. Bell.
Thank you. I request unanimous consent to enter into the record this August 20th, 2025 article from the AP titled, U.S. Attorney will no longer bring felony charges against people for carrying rifles or shotguns in D.C., which shows that U.S. Attorney.
Without objection to order.
Pirro is outright ignoring gun crimes and making the city less safe.
Mr. Chair, I have UCs. Let me recognize.
Yes, Ms. Simon.
Thank you, sir. I request unanimous consent to enter into the record on April 24th, 2025, an article from Records that was titled, Exclusive U.S. Department of Justice Cuts Grants Valued at $811 million. People of record say, which shows how the president's DOJ cuts will affect police and correctional facility funding.
Without objection to ordered. And I have a unanimous consent request. This is the CR, and it does restore that $1 billion in funding. So we'll be voting on that tomorrow. I'm going to vote for it. I've been very vocal in trying to get that included. I know that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have mentioned it several times. So there are a lot of people in Washington, D.C. I assume this is on TV in Washington, D.C. Are you all going to vote for it tomorrow? I mean, that's a question I think the people in Washington, D.C., especially the people that are testifying here today, would probably like to know. But I'm going to vote for it. So
Mr.
without
Chair.
objection, we'll enter that into the record.
Mr. Chair, I have another UC, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I request unanimous consent to enter into the record this September 7th, 2025, an article from The Hill entitled, Most Oppose Trump Deploying National Guard to D.C. Other cities. Polls say that
Without objection, so
57%
ordered.
of respondents said that they are against Donald Trump's decision to deploy the National Guard into
objection,
the nation's
so ordered.
capital. Thank you, sir. I'll get back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frost from Florida.
I yield 10 seconds to Mr. Fume.
To Mr. Mfume.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I'm sorry that my colleague from Texas has left the room. I just want to say that he pointed out in his remarks that the founders of the Constitution said that D.C. should be a federal district and never a state, as if they were right. And I would just simply call to his attention those same persons at that same constitutional convention and for 200 years afterwards said that black people in this country were property, not citizens. And then the Dred Scott decision said that we were 3/5 of an individual. So just because they said it clearly does not make it right, and it doesn't make it right with DC.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you bringing that up. And also, they're wrong about what's in the Constitution in the first place. The Constitution does not say that we cannot make Washington, D.C. a state. It does not say that. You claim to know the Constitution and you haven't read it. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say that we can't do that. What it says is there should be a federal district. And the legislation put forth by Representative Norton and supported by House Democrats would make the federal district encompass the places that we work, the White House, the United States Congress, the Supreme Court, and not include the 700,000 people who live in D.C., who pay taxes but don't have proper representation.
That's right.
You know, usually when we're talking about DC in this committee, it's, you know, usually we have just folks who can watch in the audience. But I'm happy that today is different because we have a representatives from the district's local government and Mr. Greg Jackson Jr. here to give voice to what's going on in Washington, D.C. Greg, you've called the district home for decades. You bring the perspective of the D.C.'s people to this committee. You bring years of expertise and experience in crime reduction to this hearing. And of course, a survivor of gun violence yourself. Before President Trump started playing dictator with the people of D.C., he started dismantling important community safety and violence crime prevention programs, most notably the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Not a partisan office, an office that worked at reducing crime in all of our districts. As a former deputy director of that office, can you describe some of the important work that has stopped due to this administration?
Yeah, one of the most critical things was we were coordinating the response to mass shootings and concentrations of violence. And so without that coordination, cities, states, and local jurisdictions are on their own to navigate these mass tragedies. We implemented 54 executive actions, including adding $2 billion to the Victims of Crime Act fund. And I will note that on August 2025, multiple states, I believe 24 states, sued this administration for withholding $1 billion in resources for victims of violent crime. But we were the ones that were pushing more resources to victims. We also fully implemented the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act that each party came together on and voted for in 2022. And then lastly, we worked directly with local leaders to make sure that we're elevating strategies that work across the country.
You also prevented serious crimes by ensuring that we prevent access to illegal guns, correct?
Correct. We partnered with agencies to do that.
You know, between 2017 and 2021, over 11,000 criminal firearms were recovered in D.C., most of them as good gun laws, states that aren't keeping their people safe, and as a result and byproduct have wreaked havoc on the people of Washington, D.C. Trump's total disregard for American safety is obvious from his current budget requests. Having already fired a majority of the federal gun dealers inspectors, now he wants to slash another $1 billion that could be used to crack down on these guns. Congressional Republicans are also doing their part to make us less safe. They're trying to remove restrictions on silencers, trying to remove restrictions on rifles, even on firearms designed to look like everyday objects. And we even know that they're insincere in this because I just listed states that have some of the highest murder rates in the nation. I asked this question last time and asked it again. Where's their bill? If this is the way to end crime, and this is the thing everybody wants, why don't they have a bill to invite the military to occupy their states, which have the highest crime rates in this nation? They're not going to do it because they don't want the military to occupy their communities in their states because they know it's a load of crap and they're insincere about it. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Palmer from Alabama.
Mr. Chair, I have a unanimous consent request.
Okay, who said that? I'm looking.
Oh, Frost.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Frost.
This is a Washington Post piece by E.J. Dion Jr., The Good News About Murder, Homicides Way Down, What Happened, What We Can Learn, and How Progressives Became Crime Fighters.
Without objection, to ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Palmer from Alabama. Microphone.
Attorney General Schwab, are you aware that the FBI requires that all states and local governments, police departments report crime to the National Incident-Based Reporting System?
I think that is correct, sir.
Okay. Washington, D.C. has not done a good job at that. And as a matter of fact, you've been accused of cooking the books. And it's not just a problem in Washington. Mr. Chairman, when this went into effect, Illinois only reported 30.6% of their police departments reported. New Jersey, only 28.7%. New York, 13.8%. Maryland, 9.5%. California, 1.9%. I would argue that when you're presenting crime statistics, that these are highly suspect because state and local police departments are not reporting the data. We've known this for a long time, that the homicide rates are underreported. The FBI has made that clear. I want to move to something else. We do have a crime surge, violent crime, property crime, particularly vehicle theft. Washington, D.C. has a truancy problem. Almost 33% of the students are chronically truant, second only to Baltimore. What are you doing to resolve that, Mayor Bowser? And I want to add that 18,000 truancy cases went uninvestigated over the last 3 full school years.
Well, first and foremost.
I'm just asking, are you doing anything?
Yes.
What?
We have in place a regime where schools report, and we've most recently updated it to focus more on our human services department, a department.
Ma'am?
Yes.
When I'm asking you about investigating truancy cases, that means going out and finding the kid and getting them back in the classroom.
Oh, we do that. The police do that every day.
18,000 went uninvestigated.
No.
Half of your carjackings are by juveniles.
So
You've got 5 times more middle school students truant than you did a decade ago. That's a crisis. Do you believe that kids that are chronically truant are going to wind up becoming dropouts or undereducated, that it might lead to an increase in crime in that population?
we think the best place for kids is in school.
No. How does it impact their life going forward? Because I'm a big believer in getting kids out of failing schools. My wife and I support 2 private schools that are targeting inner city kids. These kids don't show up truant. They come to class, they graduate, they get jobs, they go to college. What are you doing to find these kids? And I'm not talking about giving them a free lunch. I'm talking about getting them back in the classroom. You said something about the National Guard mowing lawn. Maybe the National Guard ought to be helping find these kids and get them in the school.
Congressman, if I may, the council has had hearings at least once a year. We have a hearing scheduled.
Well, it's not doing
next
any
month
good.
with regard to attendance and what we're doing to
Yeah.
reduce truancy.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
What about all
that
these kids that you've
are-
already
I
lost
agree
because you
with
sat
you.
on your butt and didn't do anything about it?
Well-
18,000 went uninvestigated.
I agree with you that attendance is important and truancy is a problem. Truancy is actually down. It's down 22% since school year 21-22. And serious
Still 30,
absenteeism,
almost
which is 30%
33%.
of days, is down 43% since
It's
school
down
year
5% in
21-22.
Baltimore from 54% to 49%. That's half your kids.
So it's down below that at this point. We get a report every fall. I don't know if you've seen the reports from the Attorney General, from Child and Family.
Let me ask the mayor this. Do you plan to take full advantage of the $1,700 tax credit scholarship program that can go to scholarship granting organizations to help kids get into schools where they're safe and where they can learn?
We do take advantage of the Opportunity Scholarship Program.
That was in the One Big Beautiful Bill, by the way. We are committed to trying to help kids get a good education.
So are we.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. every single time the Republicans call one of these overseer hearings on the district, we get the same paternalistic, infantilizing, just racially coded drivel. We are hearing the same old fear mongering, the same misdirection and misinformation today, off topic claims, including getting rid of DEI in DC. And it's crazy to say because you can introduce DEI laws, but at the end of the day, you are not going to erase Black people from the District of Columbia or any other place. And I just wanted to start with that. And let's be real, that's what's at the heart of all of these same conversations that we keep having about crime and underfunded and under-resourced Black communities while they ignore crime in the White House and in their own houses. So I just wanted to establish that as we go through this. But Washington, D.C., we know is in a unique situation, especially vulnerable to Trump's power-hungry overreach. Their elected officials don't have the same resources and also don't get the same respect, incidentally, from members of this panel that they would give to their own elected officials. But you don't have the same protections, congressional voting power or representation as other states. That's why Trump is using DC as a test kitchen for all of the horrible policies that they're cooking up. As members of Congress representing those other states and cities, we need to be concerned about where he's going to target next, and we cannot roll over, shrug our shoulders and say that at least the National Guardsmen are gardening are picking up trash. We have to push back on this right now, in this moment, before he comes for all of our districts. To be clear, none of Trump's actions have made DC any safer. And just as a reminder, crime had already been dropping in the district without his involvement. He's been terrorizing DC residents with these mass and unaccountable federal agents and armed National Guardsmen. He's completely broken any small amount of trust these communities have with local law enforcement. Many of the National Guard troops are from out of state. They don't know DC any more than you all do, and they don't know the communities. DC residents deserve to govern themselves and have elected officials that are accountable to them, who uniquely understand DC's needs and their concerns. But instead, Republicans want to micromanage people who didn't vote for them and do not support their policies. Chairman Mendelson, we marked up 14 bills on DC last week, 13 of which you opposed. Was the DC Council consulted on any of those 13 bills?
We were not.
Have you taken any of the members on this committee on a full tour of DC neighborhoods?
I have tried to meet with different members without success.
Yeah, because we all know they talk a lot about DC and they pretend to know DC, but the reality is that very few of them have ever left any of the communities that are in walking distance of the Capitol itself. And I bet they've probably never even been. I remember last term we had a member talk about, well, the unique part of DC is that you all get access to every member of Congress, but I've never seen a member of Congress in any of the carryouts in DC. I ain't seen them at any of the Ethiopian restaurants or at a Caribbean joint, but that's neither here nor there. Do you think it's necessary to work with local officials to improve public safety?
Absolutely.
Has the Trump administration reached out to the council to ask you all what you need to help keep DC safe?
They have not.
Crime is especially easy to exploit and use as a political tool. Everyone, regardless of how they vote, cares about safety. We can care about community safety. That's why I launched the Community Safety Agenda and Caucus, because we have community-based, evidence-backed solutions that we know work. But instead of offering real solutions to prevent crime, to respond to people in crisis and stop violence, which DC and many other cities have invested in, Trump's scare tactics and political theater only makes these communities safe. These proactive investments in communities that actually bring down crime. The data could not be any clearer. It's the programs that work to stop crime before it can happen, rather than just responding afterwards. Yet DC is struggling to fund these types of programs because y'all have not restored and passed the $1 billion that Congress owes them. Attorney General Schwab, you've made stable housing for DC a priority, correct?
I have.
You've implemented programs that improve nuisance properties, after-school programs for kids, victims of domestic violence, and the goal to make DC safer, correct?
I have.
Muriel Bowser, we know that these litany of proactive investments actually drive down crime. Has Trump promised you any funding for any of these things?
No, not yet.
Great. The cost of having a National Guard is about 1.8 billion a day. We're up to about 40 billion. They say about 200 billion. A bunch of that these out-of-state guards in the road ministry is not a sustainable solution. That is not more sustainable than actually investing in these things, investing in our communities. We know that if you really want lifelong safe communities, then we need to invest the same way that these people invest in their people, in their communities, and their loved ones. Invest in these folks the same way and stop talking about crime and fear-mongering these people. With that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent.
Okay, yes.
I
sorry.
request unanimous consent to enter into the record the January 30th, 2025 article from NPR. It's titled "Criminal Records of January 6 Rioters Pardoned by Trump Include Rape, Domestic Violence," which highlights how President Trump released January 6 rioters with records of violent crime back onto our streets, including
Without objection.
sexual assault of a child, production and possession of child pornography,
Without objection, so ordered.
forcible rape, and conspiracy of murder of federal employees and threatening federal officials.
Without objection to order. Chair recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mayor, thanks for being here. Thanks for being in the arena. We know it's difficult. I think the case that we're trying to make today is that there's a crime problem, and when you prioritize solutions, you can actually make a difference. And I'm just going to quantify that statement because I think that Washington, D.C. has a crime problem. Shouldn't just say that, but if it's true, it'd be evidence. And the House Budget Committee reported in early 2024 that crime surged by nearly 40% last year, which is 2023, with over 270 murders, 950 carjackings, and 106 children shot, reminiscent of the 1990s crack epidemic. And of course, you've heard the stories of staff members here. We all kind of, believe it or not, know somebody that had been a victim of crime right in the nation's capital, right? As of October 2023, the violent crime rate in D.C. hit 664.2 per 100,000 people. For comparison, New York City had a violent crime rate of 184.4 per 100,000 people. So that's dramatic, right? 184.4 versus 664.2 for D.C. Dramatic. In 2024 in Washington, D.C., 72% of all property crimes were larceny, theft, and motor vehicle theft, burglaries, etc. Washington, D.C. had 3,693 offenses per 100,000 people, which would rank it first among all states in terms of highest property crime rates per USA Facts. And that's if it were a state. So that's what I'm saying. I think DC does have a crime problem. And look, there's been a lot of complaining here, not necessarily by you, about, what the president's actions are. The Guard being in DC, in one case, they're, claiming that they're policing DC. In the next case, they're, blowing the leaves away. It's one or the other, but it's not both. But let me ask you this. You got a problem. You're the mayor. You probably know. You're living here too. Did you ever reach out to the president, to any president, and say, look, we've got a problem here. Will you deploy the Guard? Will you help us with police? We're not handling it. We can't fill our ranks. We can't afford to. Have you ever done that?
I have called on the National Guard in D.C. I called on them during COVID. I've called on them in other weather emergencies.
But
Yes.
what about as a general, look, the crime stats I just related to you are ongoing, right? This is not just a surge. This is just not a momentary COVID thing.
Yes,
This is a daily thing for the people of Washington, D.C. to endure, and the people of the country that want to come to their nation's capital who are afraid to come to endure. So have you ever done it on a consistent basis, saying to the president of the United States, this is the nation's capital, you reside here, can you send me the Guard to help assist with law enforcement or assist with policing? Have you ever done that other than episodically?
No, I described to you the times that we have done it.
And it's just episodic. And so my point is that The problem has to, it has to be focused on, and it has to be
Mr.
fixed.
Perry, can I answer you a different way?
Yes, ma'am.
Because we don't regard the Guard as a law enforcement agency.
It's not a law enforcement agency. It
And
can
so
assist in law enforcement.
we wouldn't call on them to police our
But you would
neighborhoods.
agree that right now, crime has
But
dropped dramatically
finish,
since
Mr. Perry.
they've been present.
Mr. Perry, what
Yes, ma'am.
has worked is not the National Guard in helping enhance MPD services. What has worked is more DEA, more FBI.
So you're
more
saying the Guard
law
has had no
enforcement.
impact
Well,
in DC?
No, what I'm saying is the Guard is not, as has
How do
been
you,
described
can you
to us,
quantify
has
that?
not
Can you quantify that?
I can't quantify a causal
Okay,
relationship.
you can't quantify it, so you can't make the claim, but I can quantify something. Listen, I want to talk to you about something else, which is.
But I do want to make the point.
I want to ask you this question. I'm
Yeah,
running out of time, and I
okay.
want to be respectful of everybody
But I don't
here.
think the Guard has made any arrests.
I want to ask you. So you've employed a bunch of traffic cameras. Can you, a whole pile of them, hundreds and hundreds of them, are traffic cameras for safety or for revenue generation?
They're for safety.
But it says here that you plan to fill a $580 million revenue hole in your budget shortfalls using traffic cameras, right?
No.
You said that.
No, what we said is that our budget includes revenue generated from traffic
Expected
cams.
580.
We don't-
You said this, ma'am.
We want to drive.
It's per the Fines and Fees Justice Center. Let me just, because I want to
Yes.
quantify this as well. In '06, you had 43 fatalities, traffic fatalities. But in '23 and '24, you had 52 each of those 2 years. The traffic cameras are not making your people safer, and particularly in Wards 7 and 8, where it's predominantly a black population, 20% below the poverty line. These fines are imposed on them, hurt the worst for people. So traffic cameras and automatic traffic enforcement, it should be about safety, but it's unfortunately about revenue generation, and it's imposed on the people that can least afford it in the District of Columbia, the people that you represent.
Well,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman, I
Perry,
yield the balance.
I wish that you had also pointed to this year's traffic fatality and collision information. So in
Ma'am, this
addition,
year's not done yet.
well, it's trending in the right direction. Yeah. Yes, but the trend is so that we would be at well below those numbers. And our traffic cameras are a part of that equation.
The traffic cameras,
engineering
ma'am, with all due
fixes-
respect, you have the worst traffic in the country by city as regarding according to Consumer Reports, and that includes LA. And not allowing people to turn right on red is a contributor to that, and then fining them, especially in the places where people can least afford it, is grifting on the people that support your city, and it shouldn't be done. It should be about safety only. The fourth most populated city in the country, Hoboken, has 0 cameras and 0 fatalities, ma'am. I yield.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member. Before my remarks, I just have a couple of questions. My first question is to the elected AG of the District of Columbia. Can you talk very briefly and educate all of us on the victim services that your office provides to victims?
In virtually every case where we have a victim that's been harmed, we're working with them not just to make sure they access the services they need, both economic and financial support, as well as emotional and counseling support to make sure they're taken care of.
And AG, would you say that your victim services division is equitably funded?
We can always use more money to make sure that we're providing that critical service, but the team I have is doing an extraordinary job with what we have.
And what you all provide is not only protection for witnesses, is that correct?
We certainly do more than just protecting the witnesses,
Is
yes.
it also making sure that victims of domestic violence have opportunities to leave their abusers and save their own lives?
One of the things that we do every day is making sure victims of domestic violence are getting protective orders and making sure that they are protected from people who may be putting them in a dangerous place.
Isn't it true that you work with mothers of murdered children?
We do.
Isn't it true that you provide burial and counseling assistance for folks in our communities who have been victimized by violence?
We do.
And I want to thank you for that work. AG, would you also say that in the District of Columbia, the young people that you are prosecuting do not have readable access to mental health supports in the District of Columbia?
We know that we have a job to do, which is holding young people accountable when they commit crimes, and we are doing that every day. But too often we see the young people that are coming into the criminal justice system struggling with terrible trauma, mental health, behavioral health challenges, and we can't ignore that need too. We've got to do both. And while we will do the prosecution work, and we will continue to do that, we can't ignore the fact that there are causes that lead to repeat offenders, violent offenders, and sometimes it's the mental health and trauma that young people are carrying around. If we don't ignore it, and if we do ignore it and don't address it, we are going to be continually fighting this issue.
Wouldn't you also agree, AG, that reentry services create opportunities for young people who have been convicted and have served time in the juvenile detention facility, the opportunity to stop the pattern of committing crime?
100%.
Would you agree that the defunding of reentry services increases the likelihood of young people not being able to do the rehabilitative work to be able to maintain their civility and their opportunities to do the right by all of us?
If we don't take care of kids after they have been committed, after they've faced consequences with getting back into community and making sure that they have healthy, hopeful pathways, kids with hope are safer.
And that's not soft. I would say that that's not soft on crime. Would you agree that if you have to charge every 14-year-old and put them in an adult cage, that when they get out, because they will get out, that they will be worse than when they came in?
We know that to be true.
We know that to be true. Over 40% of young people who are charged as adults, they do get out and they are more likely to offend than if they were processed and rehabilitated in the juvenile court. Is that not fact?
We need to make sure that young people, when they commit crimes, are held accountable with swift and certain consequences. And we are doing that. Long prison sentences or putting kids into the adult criminal justice system does not make us safer in the long run. And that's what I'm committed to. I want our DC to be safer now and into the future, and we can do both.
One of the reasons why I abandoned my my prepared remarks, I spent almost 30 years working with some of the most troubled young people in my community. And in the programs that I developed and implemented, we reduced crime and recidivism by almost 70% of young women who are in the juvenile justice system. And that work was not done by prosecuting them as adults and putting them into cages to rot. What we did was invest deeply in their rehabilitation, but also in their accountability and ensuring that the victims were made whole. So I want to thank you all for your assertion that DC not only can govern itself, but if we were to do right by victims and right by children and right by families, we would fund education, we would have free childcare, we would ensure that every person who was seeking health care could get it. We are so far from that vision. So instead of problematizing the elected leaders of this city, I would hope that in the future, that folks who have no experience in law enforcement on this body listen to the experts. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Thank you.
The witnesses have requested a recess, but we're going to recognize one more member, then we're going to have a 15-minute recess. Chair recognizes Mr. Crane from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say thank you to the guests for showing up today. Since I only have 5 minutes, my first question is going to be a yes or no. Does DC have a crime problem, Mayor Bowser?
Any crime is too much crime, Mr. Crane, but we're trending in the right direction.
Sorry, just yes or no?
It's not a yes or no question.
Okay. Chairman Mendelson, does DC have a crime problem, yes or no?
There is more crime than we want, but it is significantly
All right, I'm moving
less.
on since you can't follow the instructions. Attorney General, does DC have a crime problem, yes or no?
One crime is one too many. We got to keep working at it.
Mr. Jackson?
One crime is one too many, I agree.
Thank you. Do you guys know where DC ranks amongst U.S. cities in crime, Mayor Bowser?
In what category?
Crime rates.
You would have to be more specific, and I don't
It's okay.
have a list
It's
of
okay.
other cities.
You guys actually rank number 7.
Okay.
So you're in the top 10 of most violent cities in the United States. And this is, as other members have pointed out, our nation's capital. A lot of people come here. And Mayor, I know you, like many of my colleagues have already mentioned, you got a very tough job and we all appreciate that.
It all depends on how you crunch the numbers.
Hold on a second. I didn't ask you a question.
World Report didn't
Has
place us in
crime
the
gone
top
down?
25.
Hey, hold on a second. I'm asking the questions here. Has crime gone down since the president deployed the National Guard and other federal agencies? Mayor Bowser?
I already mentioned, Congressman, the numbers during the federal surge.
So it has gone down?
It accelerated, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mendelson, you said in criticism to the National Guard being present in DC, you said that they look bored. I'm going to ask you a question, sir. Would you rather have National Guardsmen standing posts around DC looking bored, but driving down crime, or continue to be ranked in the top 10 in the country in violent crime?
Well, as I was trying to say, depending upon how you look at the data, we don't even place in the top 25. Now, in my testimony, I outlined
That's definitely not the reporting that I've seen. You
Well,
guys are
US
ranked,
News
you
and
guys are
World
ranked number
Report.
7.
U.S.
You guys
News
are
and
ranked
World
number
Report,
7.
you can see that study.
All right, moving on. Councilman Mendelson, did you vote with the rest of the city council to defund the police by $15 million in 2020?
I don't believe that's the correct amount, but I did vote
you
for the
did.
budget then.
You did. Okay, Councilman, did you call the police in July 2025 because of a protest outside of your home?
I called 911.
Okay.
It was at midnight. In fact, it was 12:30 in the morning.
Right.
And there was a number of individuals who were actually breaking the law, the Residential Tranquility Act, with how loud they were.
Okay, so you voted to defund policing by $15 million in 2020 with the rest of the council. This is what the police union, police officers had to say about your interaction.
I know what
with
you're
the
going to
police.
say, and I've already said
Yeah,
to Mr.
well, I'm going to
Pemberton-
say it, so you're not going to interrupt me. Over the weekend, Chairman Mendelson called the police because there were peaceful protesters at his house, because he decimated the police department with horrible legislation, and our staffing has now 800 plus vacancies. There was a delay in responding to his home. Because of the delay, Chairman Mendelson called and screamed at OUC and MPD staff. There is now a permanent security detail at his home staffed by an MPD officer who should be handling more important matters. We currently have 3,100 total sworn members, the lowest in 50 years, and we now have to dedicate one of them to be a security blanket for a man who hates cops, while other people calling 911 for real emergencies will have to wait. This nonsense must end immediately. So that's what the police department had to say
No,
about you in
police
that
union,
incident.
not police
The
department.
Yeah, the
sir.
police union. The union that
I'm aware of
represents
that
police
statement,
officers.
and it's false on
Do they
numerous
represent
points.
police officers, Mr. Mendelson, the police union?
It's the union
Thank you.
president.
Okay, Attorney General Schwab, do you agree that all legal measures should be on the table to combat crime and lawlessness in the city?
I do.
Okay. Then why historically has the DC Attorney General declined to prosecute crimes? According to media reports, DC declined to prosecute crimes in 67% of arrests in 2023 under AG Graves. The DC quarterly clearance reports from your office show a similar trend in 2025 through Q1 and 2. You are only prosecuting 53% of gun-related homicides, 50% of sex abuse cases involving a knife, and 37% of non-fatal shootings. There is also an ongoing investigation into if the DC crime data was manipulated under Joe Biden so that historic level of crime didn't look as bad on paper. And I look forward to the outcome of this investigation. Now,
Mr. Crane, if I can
going back
answer
to your
can I answer your
initial
question?
answer, is that doing everything you can to protect the city?
The statistics that you just read are the statistics not from my office, but from the federal U.S. Attorney's Office. The prosecution rates from the Office of Attorney General have been in excess of 84% for violent crime over the last 2 years. So the statistics you rely on to malign my office don't come from my office. They come from the federal U.S. Attorney's Office.
So you're not you're prosecuting all of these crimes is what you're saying?
The jurisdiction of the Office of Attorney General in the District of Columbia is to prosecute juvenile delinquency crimes, and last year we prosecuted more than 84% of the violent juvenile crimes that MPD brought to us. We prosecute every violent crime where we have sufficient evidence to meet our burden of proof. Kids need to face consequences and be held accountable, and we are doing that. The rates speak for themselves.
Are you in support of moving the age of minors here in DC? That's one of the bills that we have this week.
The representative, the residents of the District of Columbia, the 700,000 of us who live here, know more and care more about how we're going to make our city safe than anybody else. The
You
residents,
didn't answer my question.
the residents of the District of Columbia and their elected officials do not believe we're going to make ourselves
Why do you
safer
think the rest
by
of the
church.
country, why do you think the rest of the country considers somebody at 18 years old no longer a minor? Yeah, what is it here in DC?
The age of anyone younger than 18 is a juvenile in the District of Columbia, just like the rest of the country.
Don't you guys consider people that are 20, 25 and below minors?
I think you
And the gentleman's
misunderstand
time's
the law,
expired,
sir.
but feel free to answer that, General.
Well, I think you're misunderstanding the law, and I think you're referring to the Youth Rehabilitation Act. But in our city, youth younger than 18 are treated as juveniles. The Youth Rehabilitation Act involves a totally different set of adult defendants in criminal cases and involves a different issue that the city has confronted. And I think that issue has been conflated in some of the laws that this body has put forth. And I really wish we could have had a conversation beforehand so we could have explained better what the YRA does relative to all of the other laws that we have in our city that we're working every day to help drive juvenile crime and violent crime down. Thank you.
So you support the Youth Rehabilitation Act? I think that was the question, one of the questions he was asking. You support that?
The question was whether or not.
Do you support the Youth Rehabilitation Act? That's part of what we're repealing.
2.5 minutes over.
Okay, all right. Time's expired. We pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares the committee in recess. Subject to the call of the chair, we plan to reconvene in 15 minutes at the request of the witnesses. Committee stands in recess.
Did you request?
I didn't request.
So we have to freeze them. Huh?
Recess at any time. The first order of business is to welcome our newest member to the House Oversight Committee, Representative Walkinshaw of Virginia, to the committee. Congressman Walkinshaw has recently joined the House, taking the seat of our dear friend, the former ranking member, Jerry Conley. Congressman Walkinshaw served Mr. Conley as his chief of staff for 10 years from 2009 to 2019. He then continued his public service as a member of the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors, which he served on from 2020 to 2025. Jerry Conley will always be remembered fondly by both sides of the aisle for his service, and I welcome Congressman Walkinshaw as he follows those footsteps. Welcome, sir. I now recognize Ranking Member Garcia for brief remarks on Walkinshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also, of course, want to welcome our new congressman and, of course, our new representative here on Oversight Democrats, but also just for the people of Virginia. This is someone, of course, that has got a great experience in the Congress, so having served as the chief of staff, of course, to the late Jerry Connolly, and we welcome him to Oversight and are excited about his work. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next order of business is ratifying the new subcommittee roster. The clerks have distributed the roster electronically. I ask unanimous consent that the committee approve the appointments and assignments as shown on the roster. Without objection, the subcommittee roster is approved. I would also like to congratulate Mayor Bowser and the DC Council on yesterday's passage of the RFK Stadium deal to bring the Washington Commanders back home to Washington, DC. Congratulations. That's a big deal. This historic private investment will bring crucial jobs and opportunities to the district. I look forward to working with the district on other issues moving forward, including the critical crime crisis we are discussing here today. I now recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. It's been 1 week since the conclusion of President Trump's historic crackdown on crime in our nation's capital, and the results are in. Since President Trump mobilized the National Guard and took control of the Metropolitan Police Department, violent crime has decreased 39%, robberies are down 57%, and carjackings are down 75%. Over 2,300 people have been arrested. Nearly 950 illegal aliens have been detained by ICE, including 20 gang members from violent terrorist organizations. Sex offenders have been taken off the streets. Major drug trafficking operations have been foiled. Authorities thwarted a planned school shooting, cleared 50 illegal tent encampments, and rescued 7 missing children. President Trump's operation was a resounding success and a shining example of how smart on crime policies can keep the residents of and visitors to our nation's capital safe. Prior to President Trump's crackdown on crime, Washington, D.C. was suffering from soaring crime rates as high as the violent 1990s. According to 2024 data, Washington, D.C. has the second highest homicide rate, behind only to Detroit among U.S. cities with under 1 million people. That rate is also higher than many capital cities across the globe. These high crime rates are largely driven by historically high rates of juvenile crime, which were enabled by ultra-progressive, soft on crime policies enacted by the D.C. Council and supported by the D.C. Attorney General. In 2018, the D.C. Council amended the Youth Rehabilitation Amendment Act of 1985, allowing for adults 24 years of age and under to be prosecuted as juveniles for many, even violent crimes, leading to more lenient sentences. The D.C. Council also passed laws in recent years that lowered statutory penalties for violent crimes, eliminated mandatory minimum sentences for all crimes except first-degree murder, and eliminated life sentences entirely. The D.C. Council recently passed laws that greatly hamper the ability of the Metropolitan Police to pursue and apprehend criminals. Officers cannot execute their duties as effectively, leaving morale, retention, and recruitment numbers at historic lows for the Metro Police Department. These actions send every signal to criminals, especially juveniles, that they can commit crimes in the district without accountability. D.C. residents overwhelmingly agree that juveniles who commit violent crimes should face sentences that are proportional to their crimes. Yet the DC Attorney General has far too often declined to prosecute juveniles who commit these crimes, justifying his dangerous decisions by saying, quote, "We cannot prosecute our way out of this," end quote. And that quote, "Kids are kids," end quote. Recently, when asked about out-of-control juvenile crime in D.C. and the Youth Rehabilitation Amendment Act, the D.C. Attorney General said, and I quote again, "Our laws are working and the prosecution is working," end quote. Victims of violent crimes and their families might disagree with that assessment. Congressional intern Eric Tarpinian-Jackum was viciously murdered in June while he was simply walking down the street, an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. Two 17-year-olds were finally arrested just the other week for killing Eric, while a third suspect, an 18-year-old, is still at large. The U.S. Attorney for D.C. revealed that all three of these vicious murderers have prior violent juvenile records. Had they been accountable, Eric's murder might have been prevented. Members of Congress and staff have been assaulted, carjacked, and have witnessed violent and traumatic criminal acts. One member of Congress was assaulted in her residence. Another was carjacked at gunpoint. Congressional staff have been victims of armed robbery and carjackings, threatened at knife point, assaulted at gunpoint while walking home, and stabbed in the head while leaving dinner. One of my former professional staff members for the Oversight Committee personally witnessed not one but two separate murders in the district during his tenure with us. One at a Navy Yard restaurant in 2022 and another at a metro station on his way into the office in 2023. The left-wing politicians who say that D.C. does not have a crime problem are either delusional or simply lying to the American people. This body must ensure that the progress made by the president's recent actions endures. That's why last week, this committee passed 14 vital pieces of legislation to restore public safety to the residents and visitors of D.C. While we urge final passage of these bills, the committee also recognizes that the witnesses before us need to do their part to help ensure D.C. residents and visitors are safe. I look very forward to hearing from each of our witnesses as to how they plan to work with Congress and the Trump administration to do so. I now yield to the ranking member for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Of course, Mayor Bowser, Mr. Chairman, Mr. AG, Mr. Jackson, thank you all for being here today, and of course, most importantly, for your service to Washington, D.C. and to the country. And I want to start just by setting the record straight. Washington, D.C. is a great American city of over 700,000 residents. D.C. has more residents than we know than 2 states. D.C. as a whole contributes more federal taxes than 12 states, and it pays more in federal income tax than 19 other states. More than 8,000 Washington, D.C. residents serve in our military, and we thank them for their service. But these servicemen and women also did not have full democratic representation. They deserve the right and the ability to govern themselves. And we also know that crime in D.C. has fallen for the last 2 years. And we all here support public safety. We all want cops to patrol our streets. We all want communities to feel safe.